Okay, all set. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today is now January 4th, and this is a public meeting 419, but we are resuming a matter that we began yesterday because we're holding this commission meeting virtually. I'll take a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning, I'm here.
And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, I'm here.
Right, so again, we're starting up with public meeting number 419, January 4th, just a little bit after 10. Our apologies at 10:12. We had another matter this morning and it ran a little long. But we are continuing our review of Penn Sports Interactive LLC's request for a Category 3 sports wagering license, and we refer to it as Tether, given its relationship with Plainridge Park Casino. I want to thank PSI for its presentation yesterday and demonstration of its model. We also were able to hear from our internal experts, GLI, IEB, and RSM on this matter. And we noted at the conclusion of our meeting a couple of matters that need to go forward in the executive session. We decided that we would begin our section by section analysis of the application today and reserve the opportunity to go to an executive session at the conclusion of that discussion. So with that, we're turning then to I'm looking at both agendas here. My apologies. And it is number 5 on today's agenda. Okay, so commissioners, I'm just pulling up my documents. My apologies. There we go. Commissioners, you got your notes ready. Are there any questions with respect to section B of the application? Commissioner Skinner?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Not sure who to direct this question to. I think Mr. Levy.
Yeah, I'm going to quarterback.
Okay. You talk about there being 2 application withdrawals, one in New York because another applicant was selected and one in Puerto Rico. But there wasn't a reason given for the Puerto Rico withdrawal. Could you just give us some information about that?
Certainly. That was largely driven by a decision on the part of one of our technology partners. We withdrew that on June 2nd of 2022. Largely a business decision related to the size of the market and one of our partners not really being interested in working with us in that jurisdiction.
Any follow-up questions? Commissioner Skinner?
Not really. You're saying it was largely a business decision.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Was it that the partner? Can you just elaborate a little bit in terms of?
Sure. Our sports betting system relies on various components, as we talked about yesterday, the player account management system and the risk and trading system. And so, all of us, as we are, working in the rapidly expanding U.S. sports betting landscape, have to decide where we're going to allocate resources and the cost and benefit of that. And at the end of the day, the size of the Puerto Rico market turned out to be, was forecast to be less than fulfilling.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions for section B? Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner O'Brien? I have a question. I'm not sure if it's a matter for executive session, and I would want to think a little bit more about it. I think this is all under section B. BE maybe. I thought it was interesting, and I imagine it's because of the jurisdictions that you work with respect to your casino business and entertainment, that you know that you are in competitive advantageous position because of multi-year agreements with some of your online sports wagering competitors. So I wondered if you could elaborate on that and how it affects PSI's competitiveness. Do you remember that response? It's in B3E, I think. Integration with other operators. You said that more precisely, Penn is strategically positioned among its industry competitors, entered into multi-year agreements with online sports betting, and you list a number of online.
Well, I think, again, without getting too much into the detail on those agreements, I think this relates to our skin partnerships. So there's two pieces, Madam Chair, to our, or three pieces, to our business. There's the retail sports betting businesses that we operate. There's the online businesses that we operate, and then there's a third component, which are, because of our extensive land-based presence, we have the opportunity in certain jurisdictions, as we have in Massachusetts, with 2 tethered licenses coming out of Plainridge Park, where we're going to utilize one, and then we have an agreement with Fanatics with respect to the other one. And those skin partnerships provide Penn as a corporate entity with some financial benefit as a result of the regulatory schemes in various jurisdictions. That's what we're referring to.
So it's that explains Penn Entertainment's competitiveness in terms of PSI.
Well, at the end of the day, and again, maybe this is best for executive session, because we're going to delve into, from a financial perspective, how PSI and Penn Entertainment operate with respect to skins and the financial arrangement between us and the properties.
I think that's right. I'm just curious in terms of, I see it from Penn Entertainment's perspective clearly.
Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting to see about it for market share purposes. Thank you. So just that would be an expansion, or maybe it was going to be addressed in any case.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So I think you raise an important point for me, because all throughout PSI's application, there are questions answered in Penn's voice. And so, I'm just going to need to be educated around what we should expect from PSI, right, as an entity. Particularly where we get into the diversity questions later on. I do appreciate the supplemented information you presented yesterday, but can we expect these answers? And we'll be more specific, I'm sure, as we go through the application, but I'm hoping we could expect to hear from PSI in terms of a response as its own entity.
And certainly, Commissioner Skinner, PSI will speak, in its own voice, particularly on some of the diversity matters which we shared yesterday. We have the benefit, of course, of being part of the larger Penn organization, and to be able to stand on their shoulders in terms of a lot of the great groundwork that they've, and the foundation that they've built. PSI being a relatively new part of Penn, only in the last, 3 or 4 years. But certainly with respect to our diversity initiatives, there's a lot that PSI does independently. And then there's a lot that we do together, part of broader Penn.
Okay, that would be really helpful as you think about that as we go along. The commissioners all set then with section B. Should we move on to section C? Or Commissioner Maynard, I see you leaning in.
All set. I have a question for C.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'll
Commissioner
defer to
O'Brien?
Brad, but I had a question on B also.
Okay, Commissioner,
I'll defer to Brad.
okay, Commissioner Hill?
Commissioner O'Brien, I was about to move forward that B had met expectations, so I think your question would be appropriate at this time.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more, I guess, or hear a little bit more about the reference to the strategic partnership with Barstool as it relates to PSI. I mean, I know we talked a lot about this in connection with Penn in December. Is there anything different, one way or the other, from what was discussed with Penn in connection with the strategic partnership that PSI has with Barstool Sports Inc.?
No, Commissioner O'Brien.
So it's the same relationship?
Correct.
Okay. And the same thing in terms of PSI and, okay.
Yep.
I'll hold the others till later. Thanks.
Okay. So with that said, we'll move along, but Commissioner Hill's reminding me that I need to make sure to take our temperature with respect to B. Do we feel that this section met our expectations with respect to the standards that Councillor Grossman laid out yesterday? Commissioner Hill?
And I feel that they did meet expectations for section B.
Okay. Others?
I agree.
Same.
I agree. I'm just going back to my notes. I'm sorry. B1D talks about it, or it asks for the information around the intention to limit participation in any allowable sports events. So I didn't have that answered. And so I'm going to say the section meets expectations, provided we do get a satisfactory response to that question.
Could you repeat the question, Commissioner Skinner?
B1D, intention to limit participation in any allowable sports events. So if you could supplement the application with that answer, that'd be great.
I think we can ask that to be supplemented right here, if that's okay. Commissioner Skinner?
Fine, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Mr. Levy, do you want to address that? So it was in B1, it's about the limiting as I understand the events.
And I might have it. I could just be missing it, but I took notes and I don't have it. So if I am missing it, I apologize.
No problem.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, I believe this is answered in the application, and we can circle back on that. But our intention would be to offer a full complement of allowable sporting events and wagering markets, consistent with whatever is permitted by the commission.
Yeah. And I would add, of course, our statute. Yeah.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for putting that on the record, Mr. Levy. All right. So with that, Commissioner Skinner, are you more comfortable?
I am, meets expectations. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I'm just also looking at my notes. You covered so much yesterday. I want to again on Penn for its thorough presentation yesterday. Okay, then moving on to section C, questions. Commissioners? Commissioner Maynard.
I just wanted to confirm, and I think I read it this way on C5B01, that you will integrate with the lottery per the way that PIN is integrating with the lottery. PSI is going to follow the same path, correct?
So, Commissioner Maynard, we're certainly open to discussions with the lottery. I think the retail integration that happens at Plainridge Park is fantastic. Obviously, there's some nuances about how that relationship would get translated into the online space, but we certainly are open to any discussion and collaboration with the lottery.
And Mr. Levy, I think that's the request, and what the commission has decided is that you would have conversations with the lottery. So I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So I think I'm going to just make one big comment / question, and it has to do with the entirety of Section C. What I think I'm seeing, and it's happening throughout all the applications, is the proposed positions that I think the state had hoped we would see an increase in positions. A lot of that is going to be dictated what happens in the physical plant, not necessarily with PSI. So we're not seeing additional employees necessarily with your company, but more importantly, what may happen at Plainridge. Is that an accurate statement?
I think, Commissioner Hill, with respect to us in particular, that there's two opportunities. One is certainly at Plainridge, but the other is, as we noted in our presentation yesterday, we have a game studio that we operate in Greenfield, where we have 27 employees. They produce our bespoke iCasino content. So while we're not offering the iCasino content in Massachusetts, we're leveraging that in our 4 other jurisdictions in the United States and in Ontario. So there is certainly, and that's certainly an area where we're continuing to invest, and that's a high growth area for us. So we would anticipate continuing to invest in our people and seeing that growth both at Plainridge and in our game studio in the Commonwealth.
But it's safe to say that the revenues that we're going to see once sports betting is in place, it's going to be more revenues from wagering revenues than it is from increased employees.
As relates to sports betting specifically, it will be wagering. I think the other important element for us to point out that's unique a little bit to Penn is that our omni-channel approach to sports betting and to wagering in general. What we've seen in some other jurisdictions is significant growth in our core younger demographic, that 21 to 44 demographic. We've seen that grow over the last year and a half. It's doubled the Theo of that group as we look to drive our online players into the physical environment. And so that's something that we'll be doing in Massachusetts as well. So it benefits both the Commonwealth from a direct sports betting perspective, but also from growth at Plainridge in that core growth demographic, which is something we're particularly excited about.
And I think to Commissioner Skinner's point, a lot of the application has us take a look at the Category 1 app. So in regards to community engagement, it says take a look at Category 1 application, not this application. Community involvement is something we care about here in Massachusetts. Obviously, Plainridge does a phenomenal job in that. Do you want to talk about this a little bit more about community engagement?
Absolutely. And I think what we've seen in other jurisdictions where we operate, particularly where we have retail properties, is we're able to leverage a lot of the great work that they've done and then come on top of that and supplement that with our own work with community organizations, whether that's whether that's working with small businesses around VIP events that we're planning, local grassroots marketing events. So while we do like to leverage a lot of the work that our properties have done, we certainly do stand on our own 2 feet and engage in the communities we operate as Penn Sports Interactive.
Let me just highlight during your presentation, I know you brought up STEM, which is in my other life, STEM was a big issue for me. So I would hope and ask that you continue down that road when it comes to the Commonwealth. That's a big issue here in Massachusetts, and we see it increasing either through funding, through the state, through private entities. And I was thrilled to see that in your presentation, because that is a great program and a great roadway for so many young people to get into those fields here in Massachusetts, where we are a leader, by the way.
Yeah, listen, absolutely. And we do a lot of great recruiting coming out of some of the amazing colleges and universities that you guys have in the Commonwealth. We have a robust co-op program where we bring in students for work terms. And it's a great pipeline for us as a business.
Madam Chair, I think those are all my C questions. Thank you.
I just would like to follow up a bit, Commissioner Hill and Mr. Levy, if you wouldn't mind. I had noted as a question about the Greenfield offices, and you did expand a little bit yesterday. So you just said there are 27 employees. Can you just elaborate a little bit on
Sure.
who works there and what talent you're looking and the skill set? Because
Yeah,
I
so-
do see that as an opportunity that
So-
could be built upon.
So building on Commissioner Hill's comment on STEM, they are software engineers and product designers largely who are working to create these our iCasino branded, the graphic designers who are working to create these iCasino games. So it is certainly in line and in keeping with the STEM focus and that area.
And that's all iCasino?
That correct. That is all iCasino. It's a game studio that we purchased a couple of years ago, and that's been an area we've been investing in.
Yeah. Now, when you said that, now it's coming clear to me. Okay. And so that's another opportunity in community engagement. It's obviously through a different avenue than what you're, before us on, but those are important jobs. And there's opportunity out in Western Massachusetts for to draw from the college and university group out there. So, and to your earlier point, we have been always so very, very pleased with PPC's level of community engagement in Plain Ridge. So we know that you'll build upon that. And then I've mentioned this in other meetings, and I suspect Mr. Pearl has noted that. We were all very impressed by his record keeping yesterday, but it's, I think, an opportunity for you as an online sports wagering operator to go into the community and to businesses across the Commonwealth, local establishments. And, I do think there's an opportunity for community engagement, lottery engagement there, and also engagement with minority and women-owned businesses. So, we see that as an opportunity for your market cultivation, your patron cultivation, and then just opportunities for community engagement and really enrichment in those areas. So, thank you.
Absolutely, we agree entirely, Madam Chair.
Right, and we would look forward to those reports. Again, as I said, we are probably so pleased with PPC's reporting on its community engagement. Okay, other questions for C?
So Mr. Levy, just to clarify, employment opportunities within the Commonwealth, do you not expect to add any additional positions as a result of sports wagering? I don't have anything for C1 in its entirety. The entire piece is missing. I did also look on our internal shared drive, and I don't have that there either. So could you speak to that question?
Sure. I think with respect to sports wagering specifically, we operate out of offices in Philadelphia and Toronto. We do allow flexible work across the United States and Canada, and so to the extent that we are able to, and we are constantly hiring. So there are opportunities for growth across our business. Specific to and there's a great talent pool obviously in the Commonwealth that's available to us. So I think it really is three prongs. It's across our business for perhaps some remote work. It's Penn Game Studios, and it's also some related to Plain Ridge Park as well, and hiring and growth that will come out of our retail sports betting operations.
Any other questions on C? Commissioner O'Brien or Commissioner Maynard? Commissioner Hill, you're all set. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Skinner?
Yeah, I don't have any other questions, but I am going to ask that PSI supplement that section C1, unless my team tells me that I am missing something. It does not appear to be in the shared drive, and it's not in my paper copy either.
The entirety of C1, Commissioner Skinner, or some sub?
Yeah, I don't have anything for C1 at all.
Okay, I'm looking at the PDF version of C1A and I see an answer. And I'm seeing answers to C1B, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
it depends on what.
Version you're using. I'm going on the shared drive, and I think when I was made paper copies, that's what they used and not the PDF. So
The PDF.
I will say, if you go into shared and go to the PDF, there, the answers to C are in fact in there.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner O'Brien.
Yeah. I did want to say I had the same questions about the employees in Greenfield, so I'm happy to hear that they're, you know, we don't offer that, but I'm happy to hear there's some jobs out in Western Mass.
I think that's great, right, Commissioner O'Brien?
Mhm. Yeah.
Especially in that field.
So just to clarify, so I can get my bearing here, is it the complete redacted application? No, it's not redacted.
No, it's the 12/12/22 uploaded PSI PDF.
Okay, there we go, combined.
You will be
you.
able to pull C if you in there.
Thank you.
Other questions about Commissioner Skinner reviews? Okay. So we'll take the temperature on C with the idea, Commissioner Skinner, that I think that they've reported on their numbers. I think we can, going forward, Mr. Levy, I'm sure that to the extent you can learn whether or not some Commonwealth employees hear about the business here and end up working remotely, that would be great reporting for us to know.
Yeah, we would be happy to report on that.
Right. And if you decide to open up offices in the Commonwealth, we'll be happy to hear that too. Thank you. Commissioner Skinner, I don't want to push you. Do you want to, can I take your general temperature now with a caveat or?
Yeah, yeah, and I still can't find that information. I'm in that version of the document in the shared drive, and it's just not there. So I'm not sure what is happening, but
If you go into the 12/12 PDF and go down, I think C starts at page 95.
page 95. So why do I have C2A at page 31? That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure it's user error, so please proceed, Madam Chair.
User error. Commissioner Skinner, it's a little bit on the spot. You're allowed to be, it's a little challenge. We have a lot of documents, but I do want you to get comfortable. Perhaps maybe the best way, Karen, is to just have the link directly given to Commissioner Skinner so that she's looking at the same document. I don't know if Jacqueline or Trudy or.
Yeah, I'll figure that out. So you want a link to the PSI PDF of the full thing in one document. Okay, I'll take care of that. Yeah, I'm definitely not looking at the right document.
Not looking at the same one where Commissioner O'Brien is looking at page 95, section C. But just so the public understands, we have all the information. It's each of us are choosing to review in different fashions because we all think and learn in different ways. So we've been very appreciative of the applicants being responsive to our request for different formats. And I also just want to point out that I don't believe there were many responses in this application that were directed to the original pen, but the C5 definitely did do that. And that I noted, Commissioner, they did sometimes use pen and PI and PSI interchangeably, but I didn't find that we had to keep on, we weren't referenced back frequently to another application. Just in, I think my notes just in the C5. And I think we've heard a pretty complete answer to that now, Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
So taking your temperature then, are you satisfied with?
My temperature is that C has met expectations.
Same.
Okay,
Same.
thank you. And Commissioner Skinner, you get to give a qualified as you catch up, but we would move on.
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll double back on that because we'd like to have a full consensus on this. Okay, then moving on to section D. questions. Commissioner O'Brien?
I guess, I don't know if Commissioner Skinner, I know she had questions and they said they were going to talk in more depth about specifics on PSI in this category. I'm wondering if we can start off with even talking about the Greenfield location and what you can tell us, if anything, about the diversity there.
And I'm hesitant to ask my questions because I don't have the version that everyone else is looking at. So, you know, there are things in this section that I thought was missing that very well might not be.
Commissioner Skinner, you're going to be asking relevant questions because it's in ours too. So it's absolutely fair for you to ask. It's just fair. There might be an omission. It might have been rolled into the other version somehow without the section uploaded the first time. So
I don't know, does anybody have an answer to that question though, in terms of, can anyone give us stats on the Greenfield location?
Commissioner O'Brien, we don't have specific stats at our fingertips on the 27 employees in Greenfield. The stats that we had presented yesterday are for our interactive division at large.
Okay, and that's nationally?
That is nationally, yes.
Okay. I did have another follow-up question on diversity, but it was more the diversity vendors. I think on page one, I'm going to refer to the PDF on 125. And when I'm looking at, let me get the relevant section.
I think it's,
Which looks like D2A1.
Yeah.
Supplier spend.
Yeah.
I think you make a reference to PSI as a national online gaming operator is limited in the diverse vendors that are available to support the operation and related products and services. Could you expand upon that representation?
For sure.
Why, why because national you would have less access to diversity?
Well, as a technology-led business, our core area of focus out of the gate over the last 3 years has been the area where we can make the biggest impact, which has been in our people and our workforce. And we spent a lot of time and energy on how do we increase opportunities in what's been an industry where there's historical underrepresentation in technology and in sports. So we've spent a lot of time there. We think we're doing a great job there. We have more work to do, obviously. But we're off to a very good start. From a vendor perspective, we're a little bit challenged in the sense that most of our vendors and most of our vendor spend are on, with large, national or multinational organizations. When you think about payment processors, casino content suppliers, KYC vendors, who are operating with us on a national and quite frankly, an international scale. So we do have a lot of work to do on the supplier diversity side. We're starting to make inroads on that. That's an area where it really benefits us to have the relationship with Penn because we can stand on their shoulders, leverage a lot of the programs that they've implemented at the properties across the country. That's where you'll start to see us start to have the biggest impact in supplier diversity will be, at the local level. It will be on, with suppliers for events and things like we're doing in Maryland, where we partnered with Sanji Productions, minority-owned business, to help run our local marketing efforts. So that's where you'll see us lean in over the course of the next year or 2 years. And we'll be working with PPC to share their best practices because they do great work in that area.
Okay.
Can I follow up on that, Madam Chair?
yes.
So Commissioner Skinner and the rest of the commission, we have attached conditions on goals. And I looked through the documents pretty closely and I saw some numbers, and I'm not going to reveal those numbers, but I saw them. I did not see any specific goals.
That's right, Commissioner Maynard. I think this is an area where we're learning and growing. We know it's an area of focus for us, but to set a specific, we think it's probably a little bit premature for us to set a dollar threshold or percentage of spend threshold, just because of how rapidly this is all changing and evolving and growing. But it is definitely an area of focus for us. And as you heard yesterday from my colleague Justin, who talked about us actually engaging a diversity vendor strategist, this is something that is important to us across the business and will be a key area of focus. And how we grow that year on year is what we're looking to do.
I appreciate that. I will say that it's really difficult because I have voted to attach conditions to see goals on other applicants. I can't very well change that now, at least in my perspective. So I would want to condition anything I do today on seeing some goals, because we can't hold any applicant to a standard if we don't know what their standard is. So that's where I'm coming from on this one.
No, and I certainly appreciate the point, Commissioner Maynard, and I think we'd be willing to work with the commission to figure out what an appropriate goal is, and then to report on that. I think just where we're sitting today, it requires a little bit of work to get to a thoughtful goal that is achievable, but we're willing to commit to work with commission and commission staff to do that.
I agree with Commissioner Maynard. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I was just going to say, Commissioner Maynard, it might be helpful too, for you to share that there are state resources too, right? That could help PSI in setting those standards, like OSD, other offices that are very, very, very well versed and have been expanding in this area exponentially, right? So, Commissioner Skinner, your point?
I was just stating that I agree with Commissioner Maynard, but I do think that my concern goes beyond the supplier diversity aspect. I would also be looking to have PSI introduce goals relative to diversifying its workforce.
And I think Commissioner Skinner, I would respond in the same way. I think we're willing to work with the commission and commission staff to establish a reasonable baseline, and then to fit. We're going to continue our efforts to grow that, and we can report on that to the commission on a periodic basis.
Follow up on section C and diversity, Mr. Levy. I know that Penn Entertainment's board and its corporate governance is very successful in its diversity, and I looked to Ms. Chamberlain and note that. PSI, I'm not really sure if I saw much on its corporate governance. Is it just a few officers and it really goes all the way up to Penn Entertainment?
Correct. Yeah. So we're a wholly owned sub. So I mean, we have the nominal board, and it's a number of senior officers, but ultimately we roll up to the Penn senior team.
And in the number of employees that you have right now on a nationwide basis? So
across all of the interactive division, we have a little under 1,200 employees.
So PSI. And so if I read the application correctly, really the DEI program, and I think it's a committee, forgive me, because I'm now having read too many applications. It is at the top level, Penn Entertainment. And does that, Aaron, does that go down into the subsidiaries too, so that you have representation all the way through the organization, or is it pretty much at the Penn Entertainment level?
Hey, Benji, you mind if I jump in on this one?
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Penn.
And Madam Chair, you'll be happy to know the diversity committee is comprised of team members also from Penn Interactive. So when we make decisions about the direction of what we want to do, focus on what's important to the team members, their voice is included. And we also break off and do specific Penn Interactive activities. At one point, they were doing monthly diversity meetings and listening committee meetings where you just shut up and listen and see what's important to people and what we should be working on as a company and as Penn Interactive as an organization specifically. So they are covered, and that rolls up to Jay, our CEO, and the board. Ultimately, we report out on all diversity initiatives for the company.
And forgive me, Mr. Carter, because I think, did I understand yesterday you had that up? that diversity committee. Are you the lead on that, or you're on it?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah. So my point is, I think you've addressed it, is that there may not be as formal of a structure at PSI's level, but I'm hearing that you are going into the 1,200 employees, and there's an opportunity there, Mr. Lee, to have your own level of DEI work going on for your employees. So
and Madam Chair, to be clear, we do have our own level of DEI work going on across the PI organization, focused on recruitment and mentorship and opportunities for growth. I think Justin's point was, as far as formal diversity committees go, we have one at Penn that encompasses Penn corporate. The properties have representation, Penn Interactive has representation, but certainly just like at Penn, each property will have be doing its own diversity work as part of the broader umbrella. At Penn Interactive, we are doing our own diversity work, and as we talked about, particularly on the employee side and how we grow representation of women in technology jobs and a diverse workforce in technology.
right, and that will get to Commissioner Skinner's point for the for goals on the workforce.
Yes.
Good.
And if I may add to Madam Chair, that same kind of structure and thought process applies to the WLP program. So it's integrated at Penn Interactive as well. But as Benji just articulated, it functions a little bit almost like a separate property would, where they have some of their own events and then they ladder into the larger organization as well. So very similar as to the diversity committee.
Thank you, and I'm sure that that's all reflected in the application, and I feel like I got that, but I just wanted to make sure we all understood that it is flowing down. Thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, if I may just add one other thing. It's not actually in the application, but was in the presentation yesterday. So I wanted to call out that the numbers in the way that the commission is used to looking at them with regards to PSI, 27% of the team members identify as diverse, 27% are female, about 2.5% meet the veteran qualification, and 30% of women are in management roles, or 30% of management roles are filled by women. So that was not in the original application, but is broken out for specificity in the presentation from yesterday.
Yeah, I took it down in my notes. But I think Commissioner Skinner, so that would be reporting on the actual numbers, and Commissioner Skinner was hoping to see some goals, which you are very familiar with that construct. So. Commissioner Skinner? Are you all set on that then?
I am all set. Thank you.
Okay, great. And I do think, and my notes reflect yesterday to Commissioner Maynard's question, that I always like a good dose of humility, and you did say work needs to be done with respect to supplier diversity, and that was noted. So thank you.
Very much so.
Thank you so much. All right. Okay. Other questions on diversity? I'm just going to check my. Okay, anything else, commissioners?
Madam Chair, I would just add, I hope everybody is hearing us loud and clear that this is a big issue for us. And moving forward, we look forward, if you are granted this license, working with you. But this is a huge issue for this commission.
Understood.
Okay, then Commissioner Hill, I'll start with you.
So I am looking at section D, and I believe it met expectations.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Same.
Commissioner Maynard.
With the caveat that we get additional information, yes, it met expectation.
And we could do that through a condition.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Skinner.
And I'm on board with that, including what we discussed here today. in a condition.
Okay, great. Good. All right, then we'll move on to E. And I will acknowledge that your presentation was very strong on this, and we appreciate that. So thank you. Commissioners, individual questions?
I do. I want to start this off with the same thing. I was really impressed by the level of detail and the work that the company has done in the RG area. I do, however, want to reiterate, I have the same concerns I expressed when we talked about Penn and the relationship with Barstool and the branding when we were here in December. And specifically, I want to circle back to something that was commented on yesterday, where you talked about looking at the social media content and that you monitor the gambling content constantly, but no one commented on whether and to what extent you monitor the other content that may speak to not only RG, but and a little bit this goes into suitability, but just the other content that might be impacting the branding of Barstool and PSI.
Certainly the monitoring, Commissioner O'Brien, is focused because that's the nature of the relationship as it exists today on gaming content and RG specifically. As the relationship expands, as as Barstool comes in house, they are then part of Penn, and we'll be monitoring all the content that they produce. But as of today, the core area of focus for us is on RG and on gaming specifically. So at present, you're restricting it to that, then there's no monitoring of anything that goes beyond. We obviously do see most of the content that Barstool puts out, but the most active and intense monitoring is around our guardrails and relates to RG and gaming content specifically. Mm-hmm. And I want to circle back to something else that was mentioned in some of the functionality, but also in responsible gaming. Out of curiosity, you referenced PayPal being a potential source of payment for accounts. And obviously credit cards aren't going to be allowed in the Commonwealth. My understanding was PayPal didn't allow payments into betting accounts. So can someone just speak to me about the role of the PayPal funding accounts? So PayPal does permit funding into betting accounts, but we do work with them to restrict credit card funding, like the secondary funding via credit card through PayPal. So that is something we work with them on. Okay. And I think just to reiterate again, I do have the same concerns as last week, and we're talking about conditions that we've already talked about. To me, the responsible gaming component, particularly when it comes to, and I realize this is not your control at this point, and then in February, Penn will have the ultimate control, but the condition about making sure that no one under 21 is going to the Barstool college football shows. I just wanted to reiterate that would be something I would want carried over. It would by extension obviously be tethered to Penn, but I want to make sure that that's carried over to this as well. Yeah, yes, Commissioner, we're prepared to accept those same conditions. Okay. Thanks.
Further questions on section E? I have one that I just really wanted to hear a little bit more elaboration on, and that's about Zendesk. It's a customer service tool, and my notes say that PI Responsible Gaming has crafted as an automatic response for risk and player experience to use when they encounter a potential responsible gaming situation. So should you just explain that in a little bit more depth? And I may have missed Zendesk being articulated yesterday, so forgive me.
So Zendesk is our customer service platform, and as you saw Trey demonstrate yesterday, when there's interaction, right? So when there's interactions by the patron, the first thing they'll see is some frequently asked questions, and so some of those may relate to RG and provide instant access to RG resources. there's also kind of tools on the back end inside of Zendesk that our CS team can leverage as they're dealing with a patron interaction. So Zendesk, that's just
cool. And that's what I
that's
wondered.
right,
It was that.
yeah.
Okay, that platform. Great. I just had missed it yesterday and I figured that was it. It wasn't something in addition. Other questions? Then I'll look at my notes, commissioners. That was just a clarifier for me.
Madam Chair, just a kudos for section E2 H01. I really appreciated how in-depth it was learning about these promo styles. So
Very nice. While we're in the kudos, because right, Commissioner O'Brien, I noted many concerns about, mine was really restricted to responsible gaming, and I am doing my own personal research as well. And I also appreciate the application linked us to the RG Media programs. And I think my notes say that there was a 6-month paid Twitter campaign advertising the responsible gaming. I wondered about the timing, and then I wondered about, will you extend it?
Certainly, in terms of our commitment to responsible gaming, that will continue. We're going to continue to invest resources in both the creation of responsible gaming content and how we amplify that on social media. So I think what a lot of that was referring to was how we actually not just use organic channels, but we actually will pay to push out that messaging to paid channels on social to amplify that, and we will continue that.
And
the initial trial was to see if it was impactful, and we did like the results, and we're going to continue that.
Right, and we're going to hear more from that on the results. I know through IEB's work, but I did want to note that I thought that I think there were 3 sites that you gave us, and it was Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
Yeah, exactly. Those would be the principal social channels. And since we started the campaign to amplify, we have seen an uptick in usage of RG tools, which to us is a sign that it's working.
Great. Okay. The other thing I noted too is you have a $12 million marketing budget. And this is of course, in our responsible gaming, which I think seemed not the lowest, but seemed lower. Do you? And I think maybe I'm really looking for your understanding behind your marketing dollars that may be in the competitive zone, so we can defer to the.
I mean, without getting into too much detail, I mean, we talk publicly about this all the time. Our strategy and our integrated media and gaming strategy is different from what you'll see from a large number of our competitors, where you will see a much larger marketing line from them, and where you're going to see blasting on the airwaves with every second commercial. And I know that's something that the Gaming Commission is going to consider. We take a bit of a different approach and rely much more on organic content and our media integrations, both in the United States and Canada, and find it to be more effective from that perspective. And so that's why when you're looking at our financial submission, that reflects all the way through in terms of how much we supplement our organic activities with paid marketing. My
apologies if I used the number. Without my second cup of coffee. So can I just have a follow-up on that? When you say organic, because this is an interesting issue, right? When we think about it from responsible gaming, what innovations can be made to supplant the deluge of marketing as it was used at the beginning of sports wagering?
It's a
It's
very
mostly
interesting
painful.
listen. It's a very interesting question. I mean, our view is you have to be product led, and you have to give. This extends back. My history, 20 years in the sports media business. You have to provide customers with a reason to actively choose to engage with your business every day. And that's led by delivering an industry-leading product and an industry-leading experience and industry-leading customer service. The marketing is a supplement to that. If your business is based on leading with marketing, that to us isn't the right approach. You lead with product and you lead with experience. And in the long run, that's what creates sustainable differentiation and competitive advantage. And so that's how we think about it. That's how we approach it. And then that's how, that's what you see reflected in our marketing plans and in our financial model.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. Other questions on section E?
Just a follow-up question on what you've talked about in terms of the responsible gaming tools. Can you just highlight what, if anything, you do to sort of push people to open those and use those? Like, how do you track if things are working, not working in terms of?
So I think, one of the most important tools, Commissioner O'Brien, is how we surface those to our patrons and let them know they exist. And that happens right at, onboarding, to frequent email communications, to what they might see on social channels where they are engaging with us and other content. The time check that you saw yesterday, that's a mandatory feature of our platform. So it really is all encompassing, and it's foundationally built into what we do. It's not slapped on top of it as an afterthought. RG starts at the product level and extends all the way through communications to our patrons. And it has to be easy to use, which we make these tools very, very user-friendly for our patrons.
And do you gauge which ones are most used? Is there a way for you to track which ones are most effective or most used?
Certainly we do. I think the limits are quite useful. The deposit limit is by far the most useful one that we see. It's a balance between providing patrons with a wide variety of options, but also it's like as you're designing any product, you have to make sure you're not inundating them with too much choice and they get paralyzed and they don't know which one is appropriate for them to use. So that's something we try and balance as well.
And do you have any stats on who's been enrolled, your users, percentage or raw numbers, just out of curiosity?
I believe, and team keep me honest here, that up to 10% of our users have leveraged a responsible gaming tool. Aside from obviously the mandatory check-ins that everybody has to use.
Great, thank you.
Commissioners, other questions on section E? Hearing none, should I take our temperature on this section? I'll turn to Commissioner Hill.
I believe they met expectations for section E.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard?
I agree.
Commissioner Skinner?
I agree.
Great. And Commissioner O'Brien?
Subject to the condition I discussed earlier that was on Penn as well.
Okay. Then we'll move on to section F. And I again, just reiterate my gratitude for yesterday's fulsome presentation. It was interesting and complete, so thank you. Let's go then to F. All righty. Questions? Anyone leaning in? I'm just looking at my notes. Okay, I know that we are going to probably hear a little bit F and G in executive sessions. Oh, my first notes are a compliment. Do you want to hear it? I said that I thought it was an excellent account of wager acceptance and in F3A1 and F3B1 on suspicious wagering activity. Very helpful in its explanation and education for me and completeness for you. Another question, commissioners? I'm looking at my notes and not looking up.
Madam Chair, just for the record, any questions I had around the Aristotle and Canby systems were answered earlier to the tethered applicant. So just want to note that for the record.
And yesterday's presentation was also really helpful. The diagram that we saw, I think it was reiterated and it's very helpful. So thank you. I did have one question. And maybe this is just, not knowing the industry. A Canby chooses, I think the application says, and if I'm going to say something, just stop me with a verbal, chooses not to offer a certain number of events per day where they can't guarantee the integrity. And they're blocked is the term that was used.
Mm-hmm. So, that will typically be because Canby's operating a global business, perhaps lower level sports leagues, low level tennis matches, so certain things like that where they may have an integrity concern related to the underlying event itself. And it may exist, it may not exist, but out of an abundance of caution, they will decide based on the information that's been made available to them from their various monitoring partners around the globe that, prudence would say, we're not going to offer that event. And that's a collaborative discussion between us and them.
And the number you offered, you also offered, I think I can say that your offering number, because I think we talked about that before. Is that the block number is of the thousands that are offered? So
yes.
It's not very many. Is that?
It's not a large number, correct.
And is that, so that's average for the industry?
Yeah.
I'm asking that because I think may help inform me as we think about the offerings ourselves. So
yeah,
thank you for that. Other questions for section F? I think we're all very familiar now with the integrity monitoring work that gets done. So no questions, commissioners? Okay. Commissioner Hill, I'll start with you. How do you feel about F?
Met expectations.
Thank you. Commissioner Maynard, do you have?
Met expectations.
Okay. Commissioner Skinner?
I agree.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
I agree.
Okay, and I'm all set. Thank you. So we'll go on to G, and I do know that this is also where many questions will be answered in the executive session. Does anybody have any individual questions on G? Commissioner O'Brien?
Again, I still have the concerns that I have in terms of the branding with Barstool Sports Inc. and what is now even more of a strong branding because you are the Barstool connection on the branding connection back to Penn and to sports betting in Massachusetts. I won't repeat what we all hashed out in December, other than I would also want the same condition on this moving forward. Assuming that we come out of executive session with some of the other questions that I have, satisfactorily answered, my anticipation would be the same thing, that I would want the condition for cooperation with IEB for without limitation on a fulsome investigation of the branding efforts of Barstool Inc. in connection with the branding of Penn and PSI.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner O'Brien. As I mentioned before, we're absolutely willing to have that condition apply.
Great. All my other questions, I think, Madam Chair, are more for executive session as discussed yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other questions for G? All right, Commissioner Hill.
Met expectations, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I would like to defer till the executive session is done before we circle back to this, since we're talking about multiple topics in there that relate to this.
Okay. Commissioner Hill, is that fine with you?
Of course.
Okay, Commissioner Maynard and Commissioner Skinner will swing back after executive session.
That sounds fine, Madam Chair. If I may, I am all set with section C. I believe I was the lone holdout for that part of it. So I am voicing for the record that I believe that section meets expectation.
Thank you. I was going to circle back after making sure you had a chance, so thank you. Good. Then I think, Mr. Grossman, we've had a chance to go through the sections, individual sections. It's 11:18. I want to just discuss the rest of our day briefly. I know that there are 3 of us who have challenges at the end of the afternoon, not the end of the day. And I want to be fully transparent that I have been invited as a former senior staff member of Governor Baker's to attend an event in advance of his lone walk. And in order for me to make it, I would have to leave here at 3:30. So my goal is that we work, we have our breaks and everything, and if other commissioners agree, I would attend that. Otherwise, I'll just attend the event tonight, which would be nice, but it would be also nice to see my former colleagues. Commissioner Maynard?
I was invited as a former senior staff member to the governor to the same event. I would also like to attend. I can't walk as quick as the chair, so I would like maybe 20 minutes after instead of 30 minutes after. But I'm excited to see my colleagues if we can get through our business that's in front of us.
Right, if we can get through our business. And then Commissioner Maynard and I had a chance to exchange notes. We never worked together, but we each served Governor Baker 4 years. So I'm very honored to be included in this end of his term. And I know, Commissioner Hill, you also called me about a hard stop for you a little bit later in the afternoon. So commissioners, what we could do is have a short break now before going into executive session if we'd like. And then perhaps we'll be able to, depending on timing, finish up with this particular applicant and have a lunch break and then begin the next presentation. We do have tomorrow reserved. It may go longer. When this, I think the invitation came to us during Christmas break, so I couldn't anticipate it. So I'm bringing it up today because it occurred to me it would probably be nice to attend. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Brien, Commissioner Skinner, I turn to you first. Break now before executive session, and then how do you feel about the rest of the afternoon as outlined?
That's fine to take a break now. It's too bad we're not in the office, Commissioner Skinner. You and I could go take our own walk.
I was going to say, I would only agree to this if I get an invitation. No, I think it's absolutely fine. I will say, unfortunately, that tomorrow I have a commitment at 3. So I could not extend my day beyond the 2 o'clock end time that's currently scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll be able to be all finished up by 3 tomorrow. So thank you. Commissioner Hill, how does that feel for you?
Sounds good.
Thank you. So now we have to talk about executive session. Councilor Grossman.
seems the best approach that we've made use of in the past is to just be clear as to what issues the commission would like to discuss in executive session. I've been keeping a list, and I'm happy to walk through it, and let's, if we can, try to refine it to make sure we're all of the same mind. The first issue relates to the Indiana matter from September of 2021, the settlement agreement that was discussed yesterday. Mr. Soriano provided some factual context. There was a request to hear a little bit more about any specific changes relative to the company's internal control procedures relative to social media postings and consequences for operating outside of those controls. And if I have that accurate, it seems to me that that would meet the standard, and that would be a competitively sensitive piece of information that would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage if discussed publicly. So that's issue number one. Happy to keep going, and if I have any of this incorrect or imprecise, please jump right in. So number two is the matter out of the state of Illinois. There was a complaint filed. I don't want to get into too much detail. Attorney Coe represented to us that within the state of Illinois, the matter is confidential and the documents are not subject to public disclosure. I have reviewed the documents and am satisfied that they are specifically implicate matters of personal privacy, and if discussed publicly, would tend to violate the privacy interest of the individuals who are discussed in those documents. And for that reason, the commission, it's my opinion, may move into executive session to discuss that under its exemption N to the public records law in conjunction with, I'm just pulling up the executive session statute.
I think it's
section 7.
726C.
So it's 21A 7.
Yeah.
Which is to act under the authority of a general or special law. So it's a different provision of the law than section 6I that we've been talking about under chapter 23N, but it is covered nonetheless. So that's the second matter. The third matter relates to essentially financial information related to the evaluations performed by RSM. And my notes indicate specifically that the matters of interest revolve around the market share projections, certain revenue projections related to the 5-year projections, and the hold percentages associated therewith. I just want to make sure I have that right and that I'm not narrowing that part of it too much, but that was my recollection of the discussion. Okay, so number 4, and I'm sorry, I only caught, I think I caught this, but I'm not in great detail. There was some question raised as to the arrangement relative to the operation of the skins. Is that, did I have that part right as well?
So that was an issue I raised, and I think perhaps RSM will raise it indirectly, but I think Mr. Levy will just shed some light on that. It's really a market share and competitiveness question with respect to PSI's position.
That being the...
Mr. Levy, is that your understanding of my question?
It sounds like you are looking for information relating to our skin partner arrangements, and that certainly would be a competitiveness concern. Yes.
Yeah, competitive, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so speaking about the skin partner arrangements, similar to the prior discussion about the financial evaluations, would similarly fall under section 6 in that they are both competitively sensitive pieces of information for which the disclosure would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage if disclosed publicly. So that's 3 and 4. Number 5 is specific to the branding arrangement relative to Barstool Sports. That relates, I believe, to the suitability components as well as to the advertising and marketing pieces, if that's correct. Is that everyone's understanding as well? Okay.
But I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So that being the case, there are elements of both section 6I and potentially exemption and the privacy interest piece as well. So I believe those are covered under the executive session provisions of the law by way of other provisions of the general law. Those were the 5 areas that I took note of. I don't have anything else. And if those are the 5, then the commission may comfortably, in my opinion, move into executive session to discuss those issues.
So Todd, to be clear, Chapter 30A, Section 21A7 and 23N, Section 6I are both implicated. And GL Chapter 4, Section 726N is implicated, but not Chapter 4, Section 726C.
That, no.
Or C also implicated for the privacy issue, right?
Yes. So let me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I got it right. So it's all of them.
Yeah, I think, I'm sorry. I said N, I meant C. It's not N. My apologies. Yeah, you have that right.
So so 726N does not get implicated. There's no public safety person.
No, it's not a cybersecurity issue.
Okay, great. All right. Commissioners, you know that part of our going into executive session will require a vote, and I'm required to read this into the record. Commission anticipates that it may meet an executive session in conjunction with its review of the Penn Sports Interactive LLC application in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 30A and Section 21A, subsection 7, and GL Chapter 23N, Section 6, subsection I, to consider information submitted by the applicant in the course of its application for an operator license that is a trade secret, competitively sensitive or proprietary, and which, if disclosed publicly, would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage. And or General Laws, Chapter 4, Section 7, subsection 26C, the privacy exemption, to consider information submitted in the application materials related to named individuals, the disclosure of which may constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. With that, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session for the reasons just stated by yourself and General Counsel on the record.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions? We'll talk about timing right after this. Commissioner Hill, Commissioner O'Brien, excuse me.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So 5-0 to go into executive session. And I think I do need to say to the public that the public session of the commission meeting will reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session. It just may be, we'll alert you as to timing should lunch be involved. Commissioners, do we need a break before we go into executive session? I think the invites need to go out, or Mr. Levy, do you know if your team has received an invitation, or Mr. Groundsel?
Madam Chair, I
don't-
yet have not.
Okay. So Crystal and Karen, if you could make sure that they receive an invite to a different virtual platform, we'll meet in that room. Why don't we plan on meeting in 10 minutes, 11:40? Does that make sense, commissioners? Okay, 11:40, you should have your invitations by then, and then we'll just meet in that room. And this will stay open, even though we will leave it. It will stay open for the public with a screensaver explaining that we're in executive session. Okay, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dave, thank you. Thanks, Dave. I think we can take down the screensaver now. Thank you. Okay, I see. Got the full commission back. This is a reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission public meeting number 419. And today is January 4th. We just exited our executive session. We appreciate the conversations we had and the guidance of our general counsel. And we are now returning to our agenda item. And that would be number 7, if the commission would like to consider whether we can move ahead with our determination process led by Councilor Grossman. Do you feel comfortable with that juncture? I think we wanted to go back and take our temperature on perhaps F and G. F, we did find a meets. We've had executive sessions to inform both. With respect to F, any reconsideration, or are we still okay with meets? Well, I see a nodding from Commissioner O'Brien. Thumbs up from, okay, and Commissioner Hill, thank you. Now for G, we'll take our temperature on G now that we've concluded our discussions in executive session. Commissioner O'Brien, do you want to lead that one?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Following the executive session, I think that the submission meets expectations for me, subject to the conditions we've already talked about that were previously applied to Penn, and my understanding is also agreeable by PSI.
Thank you.
I agree.
Thank you.
Agree.
Thank you.
Same.
Okay, great. With that, we have gone through all of the application. We've had the presentation, and if we can move ahead with the determination, I'm not hearing any objections to that. All right. Counselor, do you want to help guide us and remind us of the both the standards of review and the factors that we need to consider?
Yes, thank you. My pleasure. Let's begin with section 205 CMR 218, which is now the familiar section outlining all of the factors to be considered by the commission in determining whether to award the sports wagering operator license. And it includes, of course, the broad standard that must be considered. So ultimately, the question to be answered is whether an award of a license would benefit the Commonwealth. And as you have done over the course of the past 2 days, in answering that question, you have to look at the factors that are laid out in this section. And recall that, of course, when making those determinations, you must ensure that the record, and by the record, we mean the application that's been submitted, as well as any testimony provided as part of these proceedings and any discussion, whether in public or in executive session, provides you with substantial evidence, which is defined as such evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. If you are to find that there is substantial evidence to support a conclusion that it would benefit the Commonwealth if the license were to be awarded, you may move forward. And we'll get into the manner of moving forward, i.e. a full license versus a temporary license as we walk through the process. But before we get to that point, I think it would be helpful just to walk through the factors, which you'll recall include a series of sub-factors that we'll go through now. And we can certainly pause after every factor to make a judgment as to whether there's substantial evidence, or we can just do it all at the end where you have already made findings that the weight of the evidence supports these conclusions. But with that, I'll begin with the first one, which is the applicant's experience and expertise related to sports wagering, which includes the applicant's background in sports wagering, the applicant's experience in licensure in other jurisdictions with sports wagering, and a description of the applicant's proposed sports wagering operation or description, technical features, and operation of its sports wagering platform. So that's the first factor. The second factor is the economic impact and other benefits to the Commonwealth if the applicant is awarded a license. And it includes the following sub-factors: the employment opportunities within the Commonwealth, the projected revenue from wagering operations and tax revenue to the Commonwealth, and community engagement. And there's one other sub-factor that does not apply here. The third is the applicant's proposed measures related to responsible gaming, including the applicant's responsible gaming policies, the applicant's advertising and promotional plans, and the applicant's history of demonstrated commitment to responsible gaming. Fourth is the description of the applicant's willingness to foster racial, ethnic, and gender diversity, equity, and inclusion, including within the applicant's workforce, through the applicant's supplier spend, and in the applicant's corporate structure. The fifth factor is the technology that the applicant intends to use in its operation, including geofencing, know your customer measures, and technological expertise and reliability. And the sixth factor is the suitability of the applicant and its qualifiers. And we'll talk about this in a little bit more detail momentarily, but the sub-factors include whether the applicant can be or has been determined suitable in accordance with 205 CMR 215, the applicants and all parties in interest to the license's integrity, honesty, good character, and reputation, the applicant's financial stability, integrity, and background, the applicant's business practices and business ability to establish and maintain a successful sports wagering operation, the applicant's history of compliance with gaming or sports wagering licensing requirements in other jurisdictions, and whether the applicant is a defendant in litigation involving its business practices. And of course, finally, any other appropriate factor that the commission in its discretion chooses to apply. So those are all of the factors and sub-factors. And again, the commission has already made judgments on those. And if so, ultimately, you would make a finding that there is substantial evidence to support that they are in existence and make a determination as to whether a license award would benefit the Commonwealth. Before we do that, though, I think it may be helpful just to talk about the suitability provisions of the regulations as well. And as you are certainly all well aware at this juncture, there are the two varieties of suitability that are in play when it comes to the award of these sports wagering operator licenses. The first is the durable finding of suitability, which is essentially the final finding of suitability. And that may only be awarded if the applicant and its qualifiers have gone through the full background check and a determination has been made by clear and convincing evidence after an adjudicatory proceeding that the applicant and its qualifiers are suitable. And I think it's fair to represent and say that that has not occurred when it comes to this particular applicant and its qualifiers. So there is, it seems to me, not evidence to support such a conclusion, which would bring you to the second form of suitability that the commission may consider, which is the preliminary finding of suitability. And that decision may be supported by substantial evidence based upon the two essential pieces of information that were submitted and reviewed by the commission. The first is the IEB's report, which encapsulates the review it did of the materials, and that includes the second provision, which are the certifications made by the applicant and the qualifiers as to their suitability. And so if you do find that there is substantial evidence in the record to support the preliminary finding of suitability, then that finding may enter. If a preliminary finding of suitability is entered and ultimately the commission elects to move forward, that would make this applicant eligible to apply for a temporary license from the commission, which will of course allow the IEB to conduct its comprehensive background investigation and the commission to reconvene at a later date in an adjudicatory proceeding to determine whether there is clear and convincing evidence of this applicant's suitability. So that's those are the factors. The last element that we have looked at, and I would just want to pull that up, is the part of the regulations that discusses conditions. And there are a series of mandatory conditions, and I'm just going to pull up that regulation really quickly here momentarily, which I will run through for you. But before doing so, it's also important at this juncture to make sure that we have identified any of the other conditions that will be unique in some instances to this particular applicant. And I have taken note of 3 of them, and we'll go through them now just to make sure that everyone's on the same page before we move into the standard conditions. The first is the one Commissioner O'Brien discussed as we were moving through section E related to responsible gaming. And Commissioner O'Brien, I'm sorry, but maybe you can help me out with the specifics of that condition. I missed the first part.
So they're mimicking the conditions, the 2 conditions that were put on Penn's license in December. And this particular one would be that that the applicant agree to make efforts to ensure that only those 21 and older attend all live events conducted by Barstool College football shows.
Okay. So that would be identical to the first condition that was attached to the essentially Plainville Gaming and Redevelopment Category 1 license.
Correct.
The second condition, again, is designed, it is my understanding, to also mirror the condition that was attached to the Plainville Gaming and Redevelopment license related to Barstool Sports, and that Barstool Sports Inc. be subject to a fulsome investigation of its branding efforts relevant, in this case, to PSI. And we'll make sure that the language of both is identical when the written decisions are issued, but it's my understanding that that is the intention. And I would also just note, I believe that the applicant has stipulated to accepting that particular condition.
And just with more particularity, I think the language is akin to that PSI will cooperate with the IB in conducting a fulsome investigation without limitation of Barstool Sports Inc. in connection with the branding for PSI.
Okay. And the third condition that I made note of is that the applicant and then licensee promptly update the commission and the IEB relative to any material proceedings, including the outcome of the Illinois matter that was discussed in executive session. Those are the.
I thought there was one more. I thought that Commissioner Maynard and Commissioner Skinner wanted goals.
Around diversity goals, both.
And I didn't know if it was supply or spend or employment or both.
Both. And there's language, we impose this condition on one of the other licensees. And so just if we're going to keep the language consistent, we should do that here. Although I cannot remember if we imposed the condition relative to workforce.
We didn't, I don't believe.
I think it was always supplier on the.
Supplier spend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's goal setting, it's been a different set of circumstances under the other.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, well, in the written decision, we'll make sure that mirrors the other condition. We'll kind of run through which applicant or licensee that was. Okay, so those are, I guess, the 4 conditions that we have identified here. And Madam Chair?
I think you had 2 that came under the earlier, and then we have the 2 supplier, unless you're going to combine it, workforce separate from supplier spend, so that's 4. And then the other one, did you decide that should be a condition? Illinois, I'm sorry, not Indiana.
Right.
Madam Chair, one point with respect to the diversity condition. We note that, as the commission has noted, there's been no condition applied with respect to workforce to any other applicants. And similarly, the vendor condition, it appears from what we've observed, has not been necessarily consistently applied. And we would request, obviously, given the importance of DEI, that whatever determination the commission sees fit to make, that it apply equally to all applicants, to all Category 3 applicants.
Commissioners, do you want to address Mr. Levy's request? I'm not sure if it's, well, it might be different here, and correct me, that there were no goals set.
Right, that was the distinction, is other applicants provided it as part of the within the 4 corners of the application. And I think the other licensee subject to that condition had, like yourself, not put in goals.
Yeah, the conditions are certainly responsive to what you have provided in the application, and where we see that it's inadequate. I think that's what we're dealing with here, and that is what distinguishes PSI's application from the other licensee that we placed a similar condition on.
We actually had 2 licensees that we put the supplier goals on. And again, Mr. Levy, I would reiterate what we've said here today, is that we didn't do it in places where the question was answered. The question is asked in the application. It's a very direct question. If it was sidestepped in the answer or not answered fully or directly, we've asked for this. And so we're just asking for the question to be answered.
I appreciate that, Commissioners.
Okay.
Okay.
To the extent, I want to be fair to Mr. Levy, to the extent we were inadvertently inconsistent, we will manage that going, ahead. Commissioners, I think we want to, at this point in time, I don't have a memory of that, but we will double check. Councilor Grossman? So we would have those 4 plus the Illinois one you described as a condition, so that's 5, right?
Yes, so I have 5 conditions. So those are, okay, I'm sorry.
No,
I think you lost me. I had 4. Can you just run through them again? I had 4 all in.
So there's the 2 that were also attached to Plainville.
Yep.
There's the 3rd is the update as to the proceedings and outcome of the Illinois matter.
Mm-hmm.
The 4th, oh yeah, 4. The
Diversity spend, right?
Spend for workforce and supply. So I guess
I think we separate them out to be consistent with what we've done in the past. I think.
Okay, so that's how you get 5. 1 is spend and 1 is workforce.
Yes, I think that makes 5. Yeah.
Okay.
workforce and supplier spend, right?
Yes.
Separate them out because it's a different request.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm turning it over to you.
Oh, great. No, I was just going to walk through the automatic conditions, if you will, which will work in conjunction with the 4 or 5 we've just identified. And they are, and these are, by the way, identified in section 220.01 sub 1 of the regulations. They say that the operator must obtain an operation certificate before conducting any sports wagering operation in the Commonwealth. The operator must comply with all terms and conditions of its license and operation certificate. The operator must comply with Chapter 23N and all rules and regulations of the commission. The operator must make all required payments to the commission in a timely manner, which in this case would be the $1 million temporary licensing fee when we get to that piece. That the operator maintain its suitability to hold the sports wagering license, and that the operator conducts sports wagering in accordance with its approved system of internal controls, consistent with 205 CMR, and in accordance with its approved house rules, in accordance with Chapter 23N, Section 10A, and consistent with 205 CMR. Those are the automatic conditions in conjunction with the others we have identified that would attach to the award here. Now, the question ultimately, before you get down to the ultimate question, I suppose, is whether you are inclined to award a preliminary finding of suitability as opposed to the durable finding, as that governs the outcome of the decision in some way. So that's a good place to start.
So you want us to turn to the suitability first? Is that what you said?
Well, that we can start there, or if you can go through all the factors. But,
other than suitability.
Before reaching your ultimate conclusion, we do have to decide whether it's a durable finding or preliminary.
Well, isn't it can't be durable because we haven't had an adjudicatory hearing with an investigation. So isn't the only option available preliminary?
As a legal matter, I would say that's
Right.
correct, but I do think you have to make that finding.
Oh, we would make the finding, but I do think to clarify, the durability really was, the durable finding really was set aside for category 1, right? Because all
Right.
of the rest. So maybe we can streamline this discussion and say,
Right.
the only standard of review is substantial evidence to support all of the factors, correct?
Right.
And we have to decide, can it, not so much about clear and convincing and durable, but is there preliminary? So
Right.
it's a good way of thinking, is there preliminary rather than, does that help, Todd? Can we do that? Is that too streamlined?
Nope, that makes sense too. You can do that, absolutely.
You want to reframe it so it makes sense, because I was just saying it off the top of my head.
Sure. When you get to the suitability factor, the question is there substantial evidence of the preliminary suitability of this applicant and its qualifiers?
Okay. So commissioners, perhaps then Councilor Grossman has gone through all the factors and the sub-factors, and it includes that, and it's in our agenda, F, suitability. Do we have, do we want to move forward on a finding of substantial evidence with respect to all of them, or do we want to do it individually, or do we want to not move forward whatsoever? I would need a motion for guidance.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion. My recommendation would be, since it's all the same standard of evidence and we appear to reach consensus, that we can reference the substantial evidence standard in the motion and break down the 3 components.
Do you want to move, and then we'll see if there's
Yeah,
any?
sure. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission find, based on the application and what was discussed before us both yesterday and today, that the applicant, Penn Sports Interactive, DBA Barstool Sportsbook, has shown by substantial evidence that they have satisfied the criteria set forth in General Law, Chapter 23N, as well as 205 CMR 218.065, that the license award would benefit the Commonwealth. And lastly, that they have established their qualification for preliminary suitability in accordance with 205 CMR 215.012 and 218.071, and that the approval be subject to the requirements of 23N, the requirements set forth in 205 CMR 220.01, and also subject to the following 5 conditions. Namely, that the PSI agree to make efforts that no one under the age of 21 attend any of the Barstool football shows, the live Barstool football shows, 2, that they cooperate fully with the IB, conducting an investigation without limitation of Barstool Sports Inc. in connection with branding for PSI. 3, that they provide any updates to IEB relating to the Illinois matter that was discussed in executive session. And 4, that they provide diversity goals on their supplier spend. And lastly, number 5, that they also supply diversity goals for workforce.
Second.
Any questions or additions or amendments to that motion? I'll turn to Councilor Grossman. Are we all set?
All clear.
Okay, commissioners, no edits, no questions. With that, Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. Congratulations, PSI. This is now the beginning of an ongoing process. I know that there's still the verification and testing processes and certification processes ahead, but we congratulate you at this juncture and thank you for the very fulsome and interesting and compelling presentation yesterday and your application. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Brien?
As I say to everyone, congratulations and good luck. And I want to say in particular, thank you to this team who has answered very candidly the questions that I've had both in December and over the last 2 days.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Hill?
Congratulations and looking forward to working with you as we move forward.
Likewise, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Skinner?
Congratulations to you and thank you for your time today and such a thorough presentation yesterday.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Maynard?
Congratulations. And you're the first approved in 2023. So good luck.
Thank you very much.
Great, great. Thank you. And thank you to our team for all of the good work that you've done to support this applicant and the process, particularly all of those that are here today, but you will make sure to pass along the word to everyone who is not attending right now because it takes the entire team. So thank you. Mr. Levy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and commissioners and commission staff for your diligence. We're very excited to get up and running in Massachusetts. We know there's a few more hurdles to clear before we do that, but the end is in sight and we're tremendously excited. And thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And North, thank you. And Happy New Year to you and your team in Plainridge. And thank you. We are very pleased. It's always nice to see you, Ms. Chamberlain. Aaron, thank you so much. And we thank everyone for their, as Commissioner O'Brien pointed out, the candid and thorough reports today. And you all made such a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So we now are going to look to lunch. It's 12:55, 5 minutes before 1. Commissioners, could we reconvene at 1:30? Does that make sense? And invite our next applicant in. Do I have an okay with that plan?
Yes.
All righty. Thank you, everyone, and we will reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. We back.
Okay, Dave, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And Dave, we're streaming now, correct?
Yep.
Okay, all set. Commissioners, I think I see everyone, not quite yet. Oh, yes, I see everyone now. This is a reconvening, good afternoon, of the reconvening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission number 419. Today is January 4th, and we are now turning to a new application. Before we start, though, I need to take a roll call because we're holding this meeting virtually. Good afternoon, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon. I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon, I'm here.
And Commissioner Maynard, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, I am here.
Excellent. So many of you may have heard these remarks before, but for the record, we want to make sure that all new stakeholders do hear them. And so if you, for those who have heard them, bear with me, and with Councilor Grossman, it's important for those who haven't heard them to have the chance today. So these are introductory remarks and a reminder to my fellow applicants, my fellow commissioners, that as we begin our evaluation of today's application, we as commissioners are reminded of our principal responsibility to ensure the public confidence in the integrity of the gaming industry here in Massachusetts and the strict oversight of the gaming establishments and now sports wagering operators through rigorous regulation. We are reminded that the MGC's licensees will be held to the highest standards of compliance, including an obligation to maintain their integrity. As we have said in the past, the award of a gaming license in the Commonwealth is a peerless privilege, and our laws require gaming licensees to be held to those highest standards on a continuing basis. The MGC mission commits us to creating a fair, transparent, and participatory process that engenders the confidence of the public and participants. That process is to benefit the Commonwealth while minimizing potential or realized negative or unintended consequences. And with that understanding, the MGC and all of its powers are created by statute. We must follow the process required by the legislature, and to shed further light on that process, I turn to General Counsel Grossman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issuance of a sports wagering operator license is relatively complex in some ways because it spans Chapter 23K of the general laws regulating casino operators and Chapter 23N, which covers sports wagering. It's that complexity that we must deal with as part of these proceedings and the statutory scheme with which we must comply. Significantly, the timing of the full suitability investigation and determination are different under the two statutes. Chapter 23K required full suitability before licensure of the casino gaming operators, while Chapter 23N offers a presumption of suitability to some of those licensees. However, for the mobile operators who have not gone through suitability the way the casinos have, Chapter 23N requires a temporary license before full suitability. Currently, we're engaged in the public meeting process relative to the temporary licensure of a mobile sports wagering license under Chapter 23N. Our proceeding today is not an adjudicatory hearing. Any question as to durable suitability, which we'll discuss in more detail momentarily, would take place at a later time after a thorough investigation that would include an informed determination of any individuals or entities which bear on an applicant's suitability, and after full consideration in a properly convened adjudicatory hearing. Madam Chair, with that, I believe you wish to conclude your opening remarks.
Thank you, Attorney Grossman, and thank you again to my fellow commissioners and the entire MGC team for your commitment to our mission. And for really your tireless diligence over the last several months and for those months ahead. And to all of you, Happy New Year. With that, let me give a brief overview of today's agenda. First, again, you'll hear from Attorney Grossman, who will review the statutory and regulatory framework that will guide us as we evaluate your application. Then we'll hear from FBG Enterprises OpCo, LLC, or Fanatics, who will present its application for a tethered Category 3 online sports wagering license. After Fanatics' presentation, we'll hear from GLI, the IEB, and RSM relative to the technology, suitability, and finance components of the application. And then that will lead us to a section-by-section analysis of the application, during which the applicant will answer our questions. Staff members and our legal team, in addition to GLI, IEB, and RSM, will also be available to answer questions. To ensure that we have ample time to reflect, finalize any personal notes, memorializing our impressions, we may decide to have a break after consideration of each section or number of sections. Then, after any further questions for purposes of review of the Category 3 application, I'll seek from the group comments and a sense as to whether we have a consensus regarding the quality of the applicant's response to that section. Did the applicant not meet expectations relevant to the standard of review outlined by General Counsel Grossman? Did the applicant meet expectations? Or did the applicant exceed expectations? At any time during this public meeting, the Commission may determine that an executive session is required for us to fully review and evaluate certain information in the application as set forth in the agenda. Should we vote to go into executive session with the guidance of our legal counsel, at this time, it is anticipated the public session of this Commission meeting will reconvene today at the conclusion of any such executive session. And after our review of the application, we will consider whether we wish to proceed with our determination process fully or in part, or defer that decision entirely to another day. So now I'll turn to the next item on our agenda, and that's turning to General Counsel Grossman.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon, commissioners and all who are joining here today. As the chair has noted, we're here so that the commission may evaluate the application received for a Category 3 tethered sports wagering license from FBG Enterprises OpCo, LLC, which would operate under the Fanatics brand. This applicant has applied as a tethered operator to the Plainville Gaming and Redevelopment License, which is, of course, the entity that operates Plainridge Park Casino, the Category 1 licensee. Prior to commencing this review, however, it may be useful to set the stage by walking through the legal provisions and principles that will inform the Commission's decision-making. And with that, I'll highlight a few provisions of the Massachusetts Sports Wagering Act, which has been enacted as Chapter 23N of the general laws, and then a number of sections of the Commission's recently adopted regulations. Allow me to begin with Chapter 23N, and the first place to look there is Section 6B3, which says that the Commission may issue a Category 3 license to any entity that offers sports wagering through a mobile application or other digital platform that meets the requirements of this chapter and the rules and regulations of the Commission. Provided, however, the Commission shall issue no more than 7 Category 3 licenses that are not connected to a Category 1 or Category 2 license. In the present matter, the applicant is connected to a Category 1 licensee, again, specifically Plainville Gaming and Redevelopment. That entity was previously awarded its temporary Category 1 license by the Commission on December 20th. We have used the term tethered to describe that connection between the Category 1 licensee and the Category 3 licensees. Since this applicant before you today is a tethered applicant, you'll recall that that means that the 7 license limit does not apply to this type of licensure. Before we look to the Commission's regulations that govern the licensing process for a Category 3 applicant, let's establish what a Category 3 sports wagering operator license is. That term is defined in Section 3 of Chapter 23N to mean a license issued by the Commission that permits the operation of sports wagering through a mobile application and other digital platforms approved by the Commission. And just to place the present application in context, it's important to recall that a Category 1 license holder, such as Plainville Gaming and Redevelopment, is permitted to conduct sports wagering operations through not more than 2 individually branded mobile applications or other digital platforms approved by the Commission, provided that those mobile applications themselves shall be required for and issued a Category 3 license. So the applicant before the Commission today seeks to operate one of those 2 digital platforms that go along with PGR's Category 1 license. Of course, the other one will be operated by Penn Sports Interactive, which the Commission just reviewed. Let's have a look at the Commission's rules and regulations that have to be met by the applicant in order to be issued a license. And the best place to begin here is with 205 CMR 218, which, as you know, is the section that sets out the application requirements, standards, and procedures. The process itself has, of course, already begun. An administrative sufficiency review was performed upon the submission of the suitability portions of the application, and then the Commission convened a public meeting a few weeks back in order to receive public feedback on the tethered Category 3 applications. And momentarily, we'll walk through the factors and standards that the Commission has set out for the award of such a license. But prior to doing so, there are a few other provisions and principles that are important to recall as well. First, the regulations provide that the Commission shall analyze the factors and considerations set out in the regulations, but need not do so in any particular order or give any particular factor any particular weight. And in fact, the Commission can assign a factor no weight at all if deemed appropriate. Next, you'll recall that the regulations provide that the Commission may require or permit the applicant to provide additional information or documents as the Commission deems appropriate in its review of the application. So if you are evaluating the information provided in the application relative to a particular factor and you determine that further information is required, you may direct that the applicant provide it. Similarly, if during the course of the Commission's evaluation, the applicant observes that there is additional information that was not provided that may be of use to the Commission, it may request an opportunity to provide it. It's further noteworthy that the present review, as mentioned previously, is being conducted as part of a regular public meeting under the open meeting law and not an adjudicatory proceeding. And that means a number of things, including that all deliberations must take place in public, and that if necessary, the executive session provisions of Chapter 30A may be utilized. As it pertains to the instant matter, Section 21A7 of Chapter 30A allows the Commission to move into executive session to comply with or act under the authority of any general law. In the present situation, there is a general law that gives the Commission authority to move into executive session. Specifically, Section 6I of Chapter 23N provides that applications for operator licenses shall be public records under Section 10 of Chapter 66. Provided, however, that trade secrets, competitively sensitive, or other proprietary information provided in the course of an application for an operator license under this chapter, the disclosure of which would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage, may be withheld from disclosure under the public records law. In sum, if there is any specific information that the Commission would like to discuss, but that the applicant identifies as falling within that provision or another of the public records law, that the Commission agrees with that assessment, it may move into executive session to discuss that specific information. And while the statutory provision in Chapter 23N relates to the public records law and not the open meeting law, to require that the subject information be discussed publicly would nullify the whole purpose of the provision which it is designed to protect. Accordingly, application of the executive session provision I referenced is appropriate in this instance. And finally, before moving into the factors themselves, it's also important to recall that any finding the Commission makes must be supported by substantial evidence. This term is defined as such evidence as a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. So when making a determination as to whether there is support in the application to find that a specific factor has been satisfied or that it has not been satisfied, the Commission will have to ensure that there is substantial evidence in the record to support that conclusion. The one exception to this rule, and an area in which a heightened standard is applied, relates to the review of an applicant's suitability. By the terms of Section 215 of the regulations, any durable finding of suitability must be supported by clear and convincing evidence, not just substantial evidence, which is a slightly lower standard. Our jurisprudence tells us that clear and convincing proof exists when evidence induces in the mind of the fact finder a reasonable belief that the facts asserted are highly probably true, and that the probability that they are true or exist is substantially greater than the probability that they are false or do not exist. For evidence to be clear and convincing, it must be sufficient to convey a high degree of probability that the proposition to be proved is true, and it must be strong and positive and full, clear, and decisive. So those are the two standards of review, if you will, that will be in play during this evaluation. So now let me allow me to lay out the factors included in Section 218. When we get to that part of the proceeding, the Commission has, of course, reviewed each application in the past factor by factor. And additionally, you'll recall that the Commission included sub-factors under each of these regulatory factors. Prior to engaging in final deliberations relative to the applicant, it may be helpful to outline each of these sub-factors as we have done in the past, though I'm not going to do that right now. The factors are included in Section 218.06, subsection 5. Each factor falls under the umbrella standard that the Commission included in the regulation, which directs that in determining whether to award a sports wagering operator license, the Commission will evaluate the application to determine whether a license award would benefit the Commonwealth. So that's the main standard that will have to be met in order to award a license. In reaching that conclusion, though, the Commission provided that it will consider the following factors. And you'll recall that the application itself was designed so as to elicit information in these categories. Number one, the applicant's experience and expertise related to sports wagering. 2, the economic impact and other benefits to the Commonwealth if the applicant is awarded a license. Number 3, the applicant's proposed measures related to responsible gaming. Number 4, a description of the applicant's willingness to foster racial, ethnic, and gender diversity, equity, and inclusion. Number 5, the technology that the applicant intends to use in its operation. Number 6, the suitability of the applicant and its qualifiers, and we'll come back to this one momentarily. And number 7, any other appropriate factor in the Commission's discretion. So those are the factors that will be reviewed, and you'll recall that there are a few additional factors that the Commission included in the regulations relative to Category 3 evaluations. However, those considerations are specific to untethered applicants, not the tethered sort before you today. And so let me just circle back to the suitability factor for a moment. As you know, the Commission has adopted Section 215 of the regulations to govern these determinations, and it included provisions allowing for 2 types of suitability findings. A durable finding of suitability, which is the so-called final determination, or a preliminary finding of suitability. You may choose to award a durable finding only if you conclude that an applicant and each of its qualifiers has demonstrated their suitability by clear and convincing proof after having undergone a probity investigation. The entity before you, I would submit, has not gone through that process. Accordingly, you may consider the second type of finding for this matter, and that is the preliminary finding. You may award that finding of suitability to the applicant if it has satisfied Section 215.01, paragraph 2, based upon a certification submitted by the applicant and the investigatory report submitted by the IEB. If you find this applicant to be preliminarily suitable, that makes them eligible to request a temporary license under the process described in Section 219 of the regulations. The entity would not receive a full license at this juncture. This process is designed to allow for the customary full, thorough background investigation and supplemental suitability determination at an adjudicatory proceeding to be conducted by the IEB and the Commission, respectively. So those are all the factors that the Commission must consider in order to make a licensing decision. As you work your way through the evaluation, though, as has become evident, it may become clear that a condition of licensure will be appropriate in a particular area. For example, you may find that the information relative to a particular factor is lacking. In that event, it does not necessarily mean that the applicant cannot be awarded a license. It may simply mean that the area may require to be supplemented with an appropriate condition. License conditions are described in section 220 of the regulations, and you'll recall that there are a number of automatic conditions, like an obligation to obtain an operations certificate prior to commencing operations, and that the operator comply with Chapter 23N and all commission regulations. But there's also a provision that allows the commission to impose any other conditions that it determines are appropriate to secure the objectives of Chapter 23N and 205 CMR. Once the commission has made its way through all of the enumerated factors, but before any final decision is made as to whether to award a license, the commission should shore up what those final conditions will be in the event that the commission is inclined to award the license. Once that's done, the commission may decide whether it will award this Category 3 a license outright if a durable finding of suitability is awarded, whether it will award a preliminary finding of suitability and determine that the applicant is eligible to request a temporary license while the complete suitability assessment is performed, or it may deny the application for failure to meet a requirement of the regulations or for having violated Section 6E or 9 of Chapter 23N. To be clear, receipt of a Category 3 license in the fashion the commission is reviewing today, whether temporary or full, does not permit for the untethered mobile operation, just tethered, as one of the two digital or mobile operations associated with the Category 1 license. At that juncture, a written decision will be prepared and issued commemorating the commission's decision. Keep in mind, of course, that the award of the license or temporary license does not mean that the licensee has a green light to commence operations. It simply means that they are eligible to work towards the award of an operations certificate, which is a prerequisite to conducting sports wagering operations. That process is described in Section 251 and requires submission and approval of such things as internal controls, including house rules and compliance with any conditions that may be imposed by the commission. With that, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I will end my introductory remarks and turn matters back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Grossman. So now we turn to you, the applicant, for your presentation and a demonstration, if possible. I'm not sure who's going to lead. Is it Mr. King or?
Hi, Madam Chair. I'll begin.
Hi, Mr. Smith. Thank you so much. We look forward to your presentation. And again, welcome and Happy New Year. And thank you for your indulgence as we work our way through our busy schedule. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Attorney Grossman, members of the Commission staff, good afternoon and Happy New Year to you all as well. I'm Alex Smith, the Vice President of Regulatory Affairs for Fanatics Betting and Gaming. It's a pleasure to address you all today and to be considered for a Category 3 tethered sports wagering license. Today, I'm joined by Matt King, the Chief Operating Officer of Fanatics Betting and Gaming. Also joined by Ari Borod, our Chief Business Officer, Scott McClintock, our Chief Product Officer, Andrea Ellis, our Chief Financial Officer, Jason White, our Chief Marketing Officer, as well as Adam Berger, our outside counsel and a partner at the law firm Dwayne Morris. We greatly appreciate your diligence and your hard work to make legal and safe sports wagering in the Commonwealth a reality. And we are excited to present to you all today and to tell you more about Fanatics Betting and Gaming. I'll briefly turn over the presentation to Adam Berger for a few remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Before we turn over to Matt to really kick off the presentation here, just wanted to make a brief statement. As you'll see in our presentation, the intent of the presentation is for everything to remain public in the interest of the public laws of Massachusetts. However, Fanatics, as we'll discuss, is a private company that has not yet launched its sports betting product. So there may be certain instances during our presentation where we will request that the Commission indulge us in executive session, as we'll be presenting matters that relate to trade secrets, are competitively sensitive, or otherwise considered proprietary under Chapter 23 and Section 6I. We'll address those as we get to those in the presentation, but without further delay, we'll turn it over to Matt King, our CEO.
Great, thank you, Adam. And I think, Alex, you're going to put the presentation up?
Yes, I will.
We laid out a presentation in the same manner that's consistent with the application, so hopefully that's a structure that's helpful. I would reiterate Alex's points and appreciation around taking the time today to review our application. We are excited to be considered an applicant for the Commonwealth and are confident that we could be additive to the market overall, and are excited to share our story with you today. So Alex, if you can pull the presentation up.
Yes, I may need someone from the commission staff to grant me access to share.
This is where I can't be of any help.
You
Crystal,
shouldn't, yeah, I'm here. You shouldn't actually need any permission, but on the bottom, next to the chat button on the right, you should see share screen.
Okay, it's asking me to restart, so let me drop and join right back. Thank you.
Apologies for that.
No apologies.
3 years into COVID and teleconferencing, it always seems to go wrong.
Well, yesterday I started my day with I'm on mute, and I said, oh, that was so 2022, but we've had 2 situations today where we got cut out. So, but you know what? That's allowed for a lot of flexibility. We're very fortunate.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, so
Back now, let's try this again.
let's see. Otherwise,
There we go. Great. I love it when technology works. So as you'll see from the agenda slide, we have a 6-part presentation that we'll run through. I'll cover the first 2 sections, then hand it off. Alex, if you can go to the next slide. Sorry, go back 1 to the agenda. So first we'd cover an introduction to Fanatics betting and gaming. We'll also, as part of this, cover an overview of Fanatics holdings and the overall Fanatics business. Then we'll move into our expertise and experience in sports wagering, followed up by an economic impact and kind of benefits to the Commonwealth articulation. We'll proceed from there to a discussion about responsible gaming, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion, in addition to community involvement. Both parts 4 and 5 are incredibly important to who we are, and we're excited to share how we approach those things with you today. And then finally, we'll go into a product and technology demonstration. So Alex, if you want to move to the next slide, please. So Fanatics Betting and Gaming is a subsidiary of Fanatics Holdings. Fanatics Holdings is the holding company that also operates with a business known as Fanatics Commerce and a business called Fanatics Collectibles. Fanatics Commerce is the largest seller of licensed sports merchandise in the world. So if you can buy from Fanatics directly, or if you go to like the NFLshop.com, you'll actually be purchasing from Fanatics. So basically anywhere in sports where you see it's a Fanatics experience, that's operated by us. And then Fanatics Collectibles is the largest collectibles business in the country. And when we talk about collectibles, it's primarily trading cards. Within that business, we own the brand Topps. And we also have the rights to a number of other sports properties that will come into effect over the next couple of years. Those are our first 2 businesses, and then our 3rd business that will obviously be the focus of today's conversation is the betting and gaming business. We are on track to launch our gaming business, our betting and gaming business in Q1 23, with the intention of being in largely all major markets by September of 2023, with Massachusetts launching on the earlier end and ideally in line with the start date of the overall Commonwealth sports betting activities. As was discussed, this is a tethered license in partnership with Plainridge Park Casino. Go to the next slide, Alex. We believe that Fanatics Betting and Gaming will play the role of innovator in the sports betting market. If you look at how the category is shaped today, it is largely shaped by people that were really day 1 operators, FanDuel being one of those. It was the business I formerly ran. But when we think about digital markets, innovation is incredibly important, and new entrants are incredibly important to driving innovation for those digital markets. And we believe that we are an innovator that has a strong chance of being successful in the category. We believe that we will be successful in the sports wagering category for 5 reasons. One is we have been successful. This team has been successful in US markets before. We'll talk a little bit more in a few slides about the FanDuel experience. But really what I've done since leaving FanDuel is assemble a team that has a proven track record in both sports betting as well as other digital categories. And we believe we can bring a unique and innovative perspective to the overall market. Fanatics itself is also a proven innovator in sports. If you look at the original commerce business, that again, we'll go into a little bit more detail in a few slides. Fanatics was a true innovator in that commerce business, and that innovation has resulted in a better fan experience and a much larger marketplace. And now we're also innovating in the trading card market, which has historically been a very sleepy category, but very important to the sports space. And the team that runs Fanatics Collectibles is bringing a number of innovations to that market. And we would look to do the same thing to the gaming market. We have a very experienced leadership team overall, but also specifically in sports wagering with a combined hundreds of years of experience. We'll go through the senior team and we're happy to answer questions about the more detailed team. The fourth reason why we believe we'll be successful is we do have a very strong commitment to diversity. It's been one of the benefits of building a startup in this environment is we really be able to create what we believe is the most diverse team in the industry, with over 52% of our company's employees identifying as either female or diverse, and a very diverse executive team as well. And then lastly, we have put responsible gaming at our core. This is something that I think we've benefited both from my and others' experience in the US, but also as you look at our executive team, we've brought experience from a number of international markets that are candidly more advanced around responsible gaming in sports wagering. And we've really tried to bring a best-in-class approach to responsible gaming, which we believe is at the heart of building a long-term successful and durable business. If you go to the next slide, Alex. So here's a little bit of context on Fanatics Holdings. So on the left-hand side, you can see kind of the valuation of the business over time. Where really over the last 24 to 36 months, we've significantly grown the valuation of the business. That uptick in the value of the business really corresponded from Fanatics going from just a commerce-only business to being a diversified sports platform focused on commerce, collectibles, and gaming. We've ended the last year with $2 billion of cash on the balance sheet and very little debt. So we're also a very strongly capitalized business. On the right-hand side, you can see the revenue growth for the business, which you can see has been growing very nicely. And we're on pace to do north of $6 billion of revenue this year. And we have a number of leading investors, everybody from Silver Lake to Insight, that have been long-term investors in the business. As Adam said, we are still private, but we're a very strongly capitalized business and one that we believe has a lot of bright future ahead of it. Go to the next slide, Alex, please. So I'd like now to move to talking about our expertise and experience in sports wagering. So let's start with the top team. So in building Fanatics Betting and Gaming, I was very focused on doing two things. One was building a diverse team, and two was building a team that brought both a lot of sports wagering and iGaming expertise, as well as a lot of experience from other leading digital categories. And I believe that we've successfully done that at our executive team level, because I do believe that the tone of those two things, diversity in particular, starts at the top. And so we'll go through everybody's bios in more detail, but just to highlight on some of the phenomenal brands and experience sets that these people bring and this team brings. Obviously, there's a lot of FanDuel experience. Jason comes from Beats by Dre, which was obviously one of the most successful hard goods electronics businesses out there that was subsequently bought by Apple. Andrea comes to us from Lime, which was a very successful technology business in the micromobility space. And then people like Ian have a long experience at world-class technology organizations like Amazon. And Andy has experience from an international perspective and really being one of the people that helped build Skybet. And so we'll go through in detail, but I'm incredibly pleased with our leadership team and the background and diversity that it represents. One of the things that was very important to me in leaving FanDuel and starting a new entrepreneurial venture was finding the right partner. I believe that Fanatics was the right platform to do that. But more importantly, Michael Rubin was the right partner to help build this business. Michael is one of the most successful entrepreneurs in sports. He originally built GSI Commerce and sold that to eBay. Subsequently, he has built Fanatics since 2011. And not only is he an exceptional business person, but he has been very committed to philanthropy and social justice. He is the co-founder with Robert Kraft of the Reform Alliance, which is one of the core organizations focused on advancing criminal justice reform, and a big part of one of the causes that Fanatics supports. My background, as you can see, is I helped build FanDuel into what it is today. When I took over FanDuel as CEO, we had about 120 million of revenue. And when we left, we had nearly 2 billion, and we were the #1 player in the sports betting space. And so, I have a proven track record in the sports wagering category in the US. We go to the next slide. 3 additional members of our management team, Ari Barod, he's our Chief Business Officer. He was previously with me at FanDuel and then Chief Operating Officer of the Action Network. Action Network is obviously one of the most critical players in the value chain of sports wagering, being a large affiliate. He leads our commercial, legal, and compliance functions. Andrea Ellis comes to us from Lime, which is a micromobility company, where she had an incredibly successful track record in building that business and navigating a very challenging environment there. She had previously held senior roles at Restaurant Brands International, and so has a broad base of experience that's very relevant to what we're doing. Jason White's our Chief Marketing Officer. He was formerly the Chief Marketing Officer of MTV Entertainment, and previously was at Curaleaf and Beats by Dre, which we talked about as an incredibly successful technology business that Apple subsequently bought. Scott's our Chief Product Officer. He previously held the same role at Penn Interactive and was responsible for launching that business originally, which was one of the best examples of a brick and mortar company launching an online business. And so has a proven track record in building new iGaming and sports wagering products. Ian was with me at FanDuel. He was the Chief Technology Officer there. Previous to that, he was at Amazon. While at FanDuel, he was responsible for the launch of our 2nd generation sports wagering platform, as well as numerous new state rollouts. So he has experience not just at building new product, but also scaling geographically. Andy comes to us from Skybet, where he used to run trading and help build that business. And for those of you that are not familiar, Skybet is very analogous to what they did in the UK, what we will do in the US, which is really be a second mover in the category. And Skybet did that really through creating a very consumer-focused proposition and being focused on kind of customer experience above all else, which is a core part of our cultural DNA at Fanatics Betting and Gaming. And then Kristen Lockman is our Chief People Officer, and she comes to us from the Action Network and previously at Twitter. So again, a great mix of both relevant sports wagering experience, but also high-end technology companies as well. In terms of kind of what our offering will be, and we'll go into a lot more detail throughout the rest of this presentation, but I would kind of call out 5 core points. One is from the ground up, one of the luxuries that we've had as being a second mover in the category is we can have the benefit of hindsight and what works and what didn't work from all of our previous experiences. And that's led us first and foremost to build a product that can scale, that creates a resilient and scalable business that was powered by AWS to the extent that using cloud infrastructure is possible. This is important from a consumer experience perspective because one of the things that's been most frustrating to consumers in the first wave of sports betting rollouts has been stability. And so by engineering the platform from day one to be built for scale, we believe that we can create a platform that's the most stable in the industry. We did partner with Amelco, which we'll talk about again in more detail, to purchase their core code base. This was important because it is a proven code base and operating platform in the US as well as internationally. And so we feel very good that we were able to build our business on the back of world-class sport and proven sports wagering technology. From a product perspective, we have 70% of the organization is product and engineering. So we have heavily invested in world-class Silicon Valley caliber engineers to build innovative new features with a particular focus on loyalty. We do have a commitment to market the product. So we're in this category to build real share. And that means that we will be marketing and working closely with a number of local businesses in the Commonwealth to ensure that we build the right brand and a well-known brand within the Commonwealth. And then at our core, from a customer perspective, we want to be the most preferred brand to all consumers, period, full stop. And one of the big components of that will be having the best operations team in the business with 24/7 support to support fans at any time that they need support, frankly, in the mode of communication that they want, whether that's chat, text, or voice. From a licensing status perspective, we do have 2 granted licenses in Maryland and Ohio. And then we have 5 other applications pending. And we've never had one obviously revoked, suspended, or denied. So while we are relatively new in our journey, we believe that we have proven that we can be licensed in a number of other states, and we look forward to entering those states. So with that, I'll transition it over to Ari, discuss the economic impact and benefits to the Commonwealth.
Hello, everyone. And just to echo Matt's thought, thanks everyone for taking the time to listen to us today. So I'll quickly talk about the economic impact and benefits to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Go ahead. All right. So if awarded a license, we believe we'll have a significant impact, both economic and other benefits to the Commonwealth. And we'll really do this in 3 particular capacities. First, we'll seek to take significant market share in the Commonwealth and drive meaningful economic benefit through tax revenues. Second, we will leverage our inherent advantages, which I'll talk a bit more about, but such as our brand and our database, to attract a broader customer segment and grow the overall tax base attributable to the Commonwealth. And third, our company presents significant employment opportunities in the Commonwealth with a commitment to diversity and community engagement, as Matt has already mentioned. At present, Fanatics company-wide employs over 400 people in the Commonwealth, and we operate the e-commerce websites for the New England Patriots, the Boston Red Sox, the Boston Celtics, the Bruins, as well as the New England Revolution. So in terms of those inherent advantages, we believe they're 4-fold. First is to really build an easy-to-use, innovative product. And the key is this will be an easy-to-use product for all sports fans, not merely the more sophisticated sports bettors. Second will be best-in-class customer acquisition through our valuable database in sports, which I'll talk about in a moment. Third is an existing brand known and trusted by sports fans. And last is an omni-channel experience built on loyalty. I think having the diversified verticals focused on sports brings a very unique angle to the industry that our competitors do not have. And again, this allows us to expand the overall tax base and bring a broader segment of sports fans to the market. So in terms of the database, it is 94 million sports fans with over 2 million residents in the Commonwealth. What this does is really allow us to bring a more personalized, fan-centric approach to our marketing and product. For example, if you're a fan of the Boston Red Sox, there's no reason you should just be served New England Patriots promos, and vice versa. So the goal is really to deliver a product catered to our customers and what their wants and needs are. And of course, we will. My colleagues Alex Smith and Jason White, who are on, will discuss this more. We always market to this database using industry standard practices and leading technology to do so in a responsible manner. We talked a bunch about a leading product, and Scott McClintock, who's our Chief Product Officer, will give you all a demo of that later. But another advantage of our database is the access to customer research we've had. What we've learned is that what people want is relatively simple. They want what is out there, but they want it done better. And so we are committed to delivering a best-in-class product that's focused on the core things of what a sports betting product should accomplish. And that is, you should be able to sign up, you should be able to get your money in, you should be able to find the bet you want, you should be able to place that bet, you should be able to follow that bet in a fun and engaging way, and you should be able to get your funds back. And the goal of delivering those in the best way possible is really to encourage customers from switching over from our competitors, but also to bring new casual customers into the industry. And also to create a better, stickier product that is focused on retention, and of course, focus on the interconnectedness that drives loyalty across our multi-vertical sports business. And as I've said, we will remain customer-centric. What this means is really always putting the customer first. This includes being available to customers 24/7 through a variety of channels, including email, as well as chat, both automated and via human, and also by voice. And while we launch initially, we will be in English only. We will endeavor to have multiple languages available based off the consumer needs. Last, in terms of employment opportunities, Fanatics has a long history of being committed to the Commonwealth. As I mentioned earlier, across the company, we employ over 400 people, 8 of whom are employed directly by FBG at the moment. FBG is a remote-friendly company, and so we will continue to hire employees remotely, which includes the Commonwealth. And last, given our partnerships with existing businesses in the Commonwealth, we will continue to seek out innovative and creative ways to work with them, which will create near and medium-term work projects within Massachusetts. In the next section, my colleague Kristen Lockman will also discuss our commitment to diversity and community engagement, which of course includes Mr. Rubin's involvement in the Reform Alliance with significant support from Robert Kraft. In terms of revenue projections, our CFO, Andrea Ellis, is on here as well and is available to discuss any questions you might have on that later in an executive session. And with that, I believe I'll pass it back over to my colleague, Alex Smith.
I think actually I'll just jump right in.
Yes, and I'll introduce Jason White, our Chief Marketing Officer, to cover this slide.
Okay, sorry about that, Alex. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jason White. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer, and I wanted to present to you our thinking around marketing responsibly because, as our CEO said, it's integral to our thinking and it's integral to our business. It's integral to who we are, and part of that is because the nature of our business model is to have very long-term relationships with our consumers and to have relationships with them across many different landscapes. So whether that is jerseys, whether that is baseball cards, it's in our best interest to have a healthy long-term relationship with those consumers. So it is really truly at the core of how we are building our business and how we sort of execute in the marketplace. That includes, first and foremost, making that fan central to what we do in those decisions. And there's, this list here of exactly what we are doing, and I can go into a little more detail here. But first and foremost, adopting the industry best practices, including the AGA's Responsible Marketing Code for sports wagering. I have read that. I know that. My team has read that. They know that. It's something that we're well versed in, including responsible gaming messaging in all marketing materials. I would honestly call that low-hanging fruit. And again, we're not here just to execute the low-hanging fruit, but we're here to make sure we've done those bare minimums and then beyond. Not advertising in areas where we can expect patrons to be predominantly under 21 years old, including Massachusetts college campuses. In addition to this measure, we actually work with our media team to look at our media target, not just at 21 plus, but 25 plus, and make sure we are not sort of falling below that 21 line. So depending on the medium we're in, we have additional measures to ensure that we are hitting the properly aged target. Requiring marketing affiliates to adhere to content controls with termination rights. As we work with our affiliate partners and all of our partners, quite honestly, any agency that is buying media or has the ability to put our marketing materials in front of the consumer, we have termination clauses if any of our terms are not met in that process. Regular reviews of responsible marketing practices by the company's compliance committee. That committee consists of myself, a gentleman who sits on Ari and Alex's team, and a woman who sits on my team who's directly responsible for placing advertising. So, really truly a connected team across both legal and marketing that addresses specifically this topic on a regular basis. And then lastly, removing self-excluded and otherwise prohibited players from our direct marketing opportunities. We have a single source of truth file that has all folks who have self-identified or have been excluded for other reasons. That pushes through our entire tech stack and makes sure that whether we are, as far as we can track them, we know that we are not marketing to those individuals. So both human and technology measures in place there to make sure we are marketing responsibly, because again, it is such an important and integral part of our business. I think I'll throw it back to Alex to talk about technology, training, and operations.
Great, thanks, Jason. Jason touched on this, but we really think it's our job to delight our fans and bring them closer to their favorite sports, their favorite teams, their favorite athletes, and to do that in a safe and responsible way. We recognize our responsibility to provide tools and resources to customers to help them manage their play and to keep sports wagering fun and enjoyable. And to deliver on that goal, we focus on 4 key areas. So the first is training. Before Fanatics takes a single bet on our mobile platform, every company employee will be trained on responsible gaming matters. We're actually getting ready to kick that off just in a couple weeks. We expect that all joiners shortly after joining the company going forward will also receive the same training. We'll have refresher training annually, and customer-facing employees, such as customer service, will receive additional enhanced responsible gaming training. In terms of technology, at a minimum, our platform will offer all regulatory required tools and resources for our patrons. That will include, we'll talk more about it on the next slide, but daily, weekly, monthly limits on play and time spent on platform. We'll, of course, offer the ability for patrons to engage short-term or longer-term exclusions or timeouts. And we'll also make available national and state-specific resources so customers can reach out to those organizations as needed. I believe Jason just did a great job covering our position on responsible advertising. Just a note on the legal and compliance involvement, in addition to the team that Jason mentioned, we've also formed a compliance committee. And that committee will approve our responsible gaming plan. We're filling that committee out with independent members in the first quarter of this year. And right now we have 2 internal members on that committee. And then lastly, from an operations perspective, we've committed to this early on. We've already hired dedicated responsible gaming staff, both on the compliance team and on the operations team. We'll go through in just a minute the flow of how responsible gaming issues will be handled internally. But I also want to mention, we also have responsible gaming focus in our data science team. So the folks that are helping us look into the data that we have and to spot concerns and areas that might indicate problem gaming. We've already invested in that area as well. So again, when Scott goes through our product demonstration a bit later, he'll touch on and take you through in real time the tools that we have available. But just to touch on it, we'll have the daily, weekly, or monthly limits for wagers, deposits, as well as time spent on platform. We'll give patrons the ability to activate a reality check so that if they're on for 15, 20, 30 minutes, they can trigger a pop-up that reminds them of how long they've been on platform. Again, we'll allow for temporary or longer-term suspensions to include lifetime. And then we will, of course, offer the self-exclusion mechanism that is preferred by the MGC. So just to walk you all through how a responsible gaming concern is handled internally. There are really 2 ways it could surface. One would be through engagement with our customer service team, who again will be trained on signs of problem gaming and how to detect and how to escalate those issues. And the other is through our proactive steps with our data science team, where they can look at play history, deposits, wager amounts, and flag for our RG Ops team and our responsible gaming compliance team areas for concern. Those matters will be reviewed by trained specialists. They will action those cases as in accordance with our responsible gaming plan and our policies and procedures. And then we'll log those cases and dispositions so that if those customers engage with us in the future, we'll have a record of those actions. And with that, if no questions, I'll hand things over to Kristen Lockman to cover our commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thanks. Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting us to speak to the commission. I'm Kristen Lockman, and I lead people for Fanatics Betting and Gaming. In my role, I'm responsible for all strategic HR initiatives, including organizational planning and design, executive leadership, employee development and culture, engagement, talent acquisition, employee relations, diversity, and inclusion. You can go to the next slide. The wider Fanatics business has continually demonstrated its commitment to building a diverse and tolerant workplace. Over the last 2 years, Fanatics brought on additional staff to build out its global inclusion team. Fanatics also leveraged internal and third-party data to understand the diversity of its workforce, expanded training, formed employee resource groups, and updated recruiting practices. In 2021, Fanatics established a global inclusion team to set cross-functional strategies, establish goals, and facilitate the commitment to the IDEA initiative, which I'll walk you through. With support from executive leadership, the program has expanded and is now being adopted by each of the businesses under the broader Fanatics umbrella. The global inclusion team is led by a vice president who reports into the chief people officer of the holding company. His name is Orlando Ashford. And the team includes employees at different levels within the organization throughout communications, learning and development, recruiting, and people analytics departments. At Fanatics Betting and Gaming, IDEA is led by me. Fanatics fosters an inclusive work environment for racial, ethnic, and gender diversity through the IDEA initiative. And through IDEA, Fanatics is committed to providing employees with transparent, fair, and inclusive processes, free from discrimination of any form. The mission is to build a comprehensive plan to drive a diverse culture of inclusion that influences employees, vendors, partners, and fans. Fanatics strives to reflect all communities where everyone feels empowered to bring their full, authentic selves to work. IDEA is a long-term journey that has been built with intention and with the help of all employees will play a role in creating and maintaining an organization with culture, diversity, and inclusion. There are 4 key pillars to the initiative, which are inclusion, belonging, knowing the reality of different groups and recognizing and accepting their challenges, contributions, strengths, diversity, which is representation at Fanatics, equality, which is the state of being equal, especially in status, rights, and access to opportunity, where race or gender is not a determining factor in any decision. And finally, advocacy, which includes intentional listening, understanding, and supporting each other, being a champion, ally, or sponsor for someone not like you. If you go to the next slide, we'll look at some statistics. So to support our diversity and inclusion efforts, we have comprehensive employee data and reporting capabilities for full-time US employees. Among the US workforce, 48% of employees identify as racially or ethnically diverse, and 54% identify as female. Some additional key statistics that are demonstrative of our commitment to diversity and inclusion are 19% of employees at the director and above level identify as racially or ethnically diverse. 33% of employees at the director and above level identify as female. 58% of new hires identify as racially or ethnically diverse. 51% of new hires identify as female. And about a third, or over 23,000 of completed learning and development courses were IDEA related. Fanatics utilizes several strategies to achieve its diversity and inclusion goals. We train all hiring managers on unconscious bias, and we target specific outreach to diverse candidates. Some of the resources we plan to use in 2023 to even better source diverse candidates include paid placement on Minorities in Sports Network, Power to Fly, where we can source female candidates, posting jobs on the National Black Engineers Careers page, working with Women in Tech and Out in Tech. Given our commitment to diversity and inclusion, we've recently started including compensation ranges on our job postings, which will help create a more equitable compensation structure throughout the company and is one step to prevent any gender or ethnicity-based compensation disparities. We invite our employees to share thoughts and ideas regarding diversity through networking events, celebrations. We have a Slack channel. We provide opportunities for training and development focused on diversity and inclusion, and facilitate community service opportunities even during the workday. We track diversity statistics, including in hiring and upward progress within the company, and share our findings with employees. Finally, we host 2 annual all-company D&I summits, which provide employees with training and seminars, as well as the opportunity to share input regarding the company's initiatives. We have a Fanatics Ally Network, which consists of 6 employee-led employee resource groups, each with executive sponsors. Those are Women's Initiative, Family First, Fanatics Global Black Alliance, Fanatics Multicultural, Fanatics Pride, and Fanatics Impact. And collectively, the fan groups help foster an inclusive culture at Fanatics through event hosting, community outreach, supporting and recruiting new talent, and contributing to business decisions. On the next slide, I'll share how we prioritize diverse suppliers. So Fanatics has demonstrated a commitment to working with small and diverse owned businesses. In 2021, Fanatics partnered with supplier.io to analyze its data and create a baseline of spend on small and diverse owned businesses. From 2020 to 2021, Fanatics Commerce increased the number of products available from diverse owned businesses up by 80%. It also doubled the number of inclusive product offerings on its site, eclipsing $1 million in sales. And Fanatics Commerce inclusive product offerings include a Pride collection and assortment of products from historically Black colleges and universities. At the betting and gaming company specifically, we are in the beginning stages of our procurement DE&I efforts, but we're committed to cultural diversity and increasing opportunities for small businesses and women or minority, which includes veteran-owned businesses. For 2023, that includes, but is not limited to, building and enhancing relationships with the organizations to raise awareness and to identify qualified minority-owned vendors, ensuring that all qualified minority-owned businesses, business enterprises are given equal access to bid on service opportunities. We'll do this by ensuring all competitive bids include at least 2 vendors classified as minority women disadvantaged business enterprises. We'll also establish a baseline so we know how many of these companies we currently do business with and manage KPIs to help improve this metric. We'll create benchmarks for qualified minority supplier spend across the organization with an initial target of 3% annual growth company-wide. And we'll update our RFP templates to require suppliers to provide their organization's commitment to DE&I. We'll comply with diversity plans developed by other leading gaming regulators. We're introducing a supplier database using like Tealbook and supplier.io to identify MWDBE to help us build new relationships. And finally, we're including diversity and inclusion language into our vendor contract template to ensure vendor adherence to our policy and goals. And on my last slide, I'll talk about Fanatics community engagement work. Fanatics has established a culture that will flow down into the gaming business that aims to address some of society's most pressing needs. From our CEO of the holding company, Michael Rubin, throughout all Fanatics employees, the company has a culture of philanthropy. Our biggest initiatives are the Reform Alliance, which was co-founded by Michael Rubin with significant support from New England Patriots owner Robert Kraft. It seeks to transform probation and parole by changing laws, systems, and culture to create real pathways to work and well-being. The All In Challenge, which in 2020 was created in an effort to address food insecurity. Fanatics mobilized over 500 of the most popular teams, athletes, and celebrities, musicians, business leaders to challenge one another to donate their most free lifetime experiences that were made available and sweepstakes to raise money. And the 2022 Special Olympic Games. Fanatics formed meaningful partnerships with both of these causes. With Make-A-Wish, Fanatics is providing monetary support and merchandise donations to help fulfill sports-related wishes that bring hope and joy to children when they need it most. And with a first-of-its-kind merchandise partnership with the 2022 Special Olympics USA Games, Fanatics provided donations of cash, apparel, and merchandise for athletes, as well as managed the e-commerce website and on-site retail during the games. And that concludes my slides.
So I'll jump in. It's a pleasure to present a bit about our product to the commission. My name is Scott McClintock, Chief Product Officer of Fanatics Betting and Gaming. We can dive right in. So on the next slide, so on this one, the main takeaway is that all of the partners that we're working with, from front-end partners to back-end partners, all have proven experience in the US iGaming and sports betting category. It's really important to us that we not only focus on building a world-class user experience, but also the partners that we're working with are able to support us and have experience supporting other similar types of operators in the US market. So as Matt said, our core platform is powered by Amelco, specifically their player account management system. and sports wagering system. In the purchase of Amelco source code, we are fanaticizing it, if you will. We are making that system work with some specific use cases that we have to bring that world-class experience to our customers. And so we will be bringing that in front of GLI for certification the next few weeks. And irrespective of, the Fanatics version of Amelco, the Amelco system itself has already been certified by GLI previously and is already currently in operation in multiple jurisdictions across the US market, as well as powering other European operators for many, many years. And so we really value the Amelco partnership that we've got. When it comes to geolocation, we're working with GeoComply, the leader in the US market. For KYC, we're going to be working with Socure. I'll talk a bit more about what Socure is going to be doing for us and why we're excited about their technology. For payment processing, we're working with PaySafe. PaySafe's gateway unlocks a number of card processors and acquirers, as well as a bunch of the industry-leading payment methods for deposits and withdrawals. We'll talk more about those specifically next. And then when it comes to the team, as Matt mentioned up front, Ian Botts leads our technology team. He's our CTO, previously was the head of engineering at FanDuel. And I am the chief product officer leading our product and design team. And I held a similar position back at Barstool Sportsbook and Casino. The one thing I would mention is in the early days, in early 2019, in terms of scaling up a team, building a product from scratch and trying to bring it to market through all the ebbs and flows that naturally comes with product development, that experience is very similar to the experience that we are going through right now as we've scaled up our team, building our product from scratch, and we'll soon be bringing it to market in the next month or so. So the next slide, the summary product and tech stack. So we can go on and on with boxes and boxes, but hopefully this organizes a lot of our key suppliers in a easy to digest way. So when it comes to the data feeds on the sportsbook side, we'll be working with all the major players, including Sportradar, Genius Sports, IMG Arena, Stats Perform. That will be fed directly into the Amelco trading platform. For KYC, Socure is our partner for automated KYC verification. So all of the data put into registration fields that's passed at Socure will get a response back. Is it a pass? Is it a soft fail? Is it a fail? In the event of a soft fail, we'll be able to use Socure's ID upload to automatically and seamlessly get a customer from a soft fail to a hard pass. What that looks like is a customer would take a picture of a driver's license, a passport, or another piece of documentation, take a selfie, that would be passed to Socure. If the customer at that point still fails KYC, they would then be moved over to our customer service team to get them through the manual KYC approval process. When it comes to payments and fraud, as I said before, we're using PaySafe for their gateway. PaySafe enables us to use multiple card acquirers that we can route traffic for redundancy purposes to make sure that if customers want to use debit and credit cards, they've got access to do that. Through PaySafe, we also will have access to PayPal, Venmo, Apple Pay, online banking, ACH, wire, and cash, and similar payment methods for withdrawals. And so we think that the variety of payment methods we'll be supporting both to get money on and off will satisfy a lot of the different categories of the market. And then with respect to fraud, SIFT is our software partner. They're going to help us with fraud mitigation and identifying any suspicious or malicious activity. So at the end of the day, we want customers to deposit seamlessly, get their money as quickly as possible. Sometimes that is not possible. And so especially at scale, a company like SIFT can help us root out any suspicious activity. So that way, a majority of the customers that are good actors are getting their money as quickly as possible. And we can flag in a streamlined way any suspicious activity as it arises. When it comes to operations, Salesforce will be our backbone customer service platform for chat and also customer management. And then Ada is our chatbot service that will sit in front of the Salesforce chat service. Even integrations into things like withdrawal status, withdrawal timeline, how do I make a parlay bet? Where is responsible gaming situated inside of the app? We're building in a lot of rules and logic to make sure that customers can get immediate responses in real time and deflect as much of that inbound traffic in the most common outgoing types of issues that customers typically have when they voice that they're having an issue to an operator. We think that Ada can help solve those issues in real time and triage those issues for the customer. When it comes to marketing, we're going to be using Optimove and AppsFlyer, both for cohort and segmentation, as well as mobile attribution. I think Matt alluded to this earlier, that we are building native. We're building native for iOS and Android. And so these types of services are very effective in managing customer communications at scale. When it comes to player account management, trading platform, and middleware applications. All the necessary components of each one of these layers that need to be required, that need to be in state on server to satisfy the Wire Act will be. The PAM is via Amelco. The trading platform is via Amelco. We are building a lot of custom middleware applications to make the Amelco system work with the user experience we want to bring to our customers. And so we are co-developing select middleware applications, things like proxy layers and aggregation layers, to make sure that the front-end UI and UX works really quickly, is reliable, and does what we want it to do. Geo-compliance is going to be satisfied by GeoComply, as we talked about. And then for redundancy, resiliency, and scalability, we are leaning on AWS, both for their cloud services outside of state, as well as their outposts inside of state. So we replicate the stability that AWS provides for a bunch of other very proven and large technology companies. The last thing I would say is a majority of the work thus far for the Fanatics product, engineering, and design teams is really focused on that front-end application. So as we want to build out unique and rewarding loyalty types of experiences for our customers, we have full control over that. And we'll talk more about what that looks like in the product demonstration. So I think I'm going to pass it back over to Alex and Adam.
Thanks, Scott. Adam Berger back here, just playing Alex Smith for a moment on camera. At this point, we'd welcome the opportunity to do a product demonstration for the commissioners. We'd ask that we handle that demonstration in executive session. As we previewed earlier, not only are we a private company, we're a company that has not yet launched. So our entire user interface, as well as many unique features of our sportsbook product, have never been seen before outside of the Fanatics internal company. As we understand, we want the commissioners to understand and staff to understand the full capabilities and offerings that we plan to present in Massachusetts. But again, we would request that under Massachusetts law, this would be considered competitively sensitive, trade secret, and otherwise proprietary, and therefore ripe for executive session discussion, as opposed to discussion during the public hearing. And with that, the other point I'll just make too is this, other than the product demonstration, this will conclude our affirmative presentation to the commission. So we're also available to answer any questions the commissioners may have, if you prefer we go that route before a demonstration.
Okay. Mr. Smith, would it be possible for you to just lower the screen so I can see all my fellow commissioners so we can digest this? So, thank you. This presents a different challenge. This applicant is at a different juncture in its development of its product and has requested an executive session to go over our technology, their technology, that technology we'll be considering. I'm looking for our general counsel. There he is. Thank you. And I want to also go over process. Typically, we have this in mind as we go through our application. I know that often we keep executive session questions to the end so that we can consider them all at once, but I do think this is an important part of the background. So first we have to consider, is it appropriate for executive session? And then second, is it appropriate for us to go into executive session now, this juncture? So Todd?
So as you noted, this is slightly different than the other matters we have considered and the commission has moved to go into executive session for. On its face, at least parts of it would seem to fit within the standard set out in section 6I, in that they could involve competitively sensitive or other proprietary information, the disclosure of which would place the applicant at a competitive disadvantage. I think, though, that we would need to take some care as to identify what exactly, which parts of the presentation, if not all of it, would fall into that category. I do recall that at least some shots of the product were shown in the PowerPoint. So it may be that not all of the demonstration needs to take place there, but I think that would be the only concern, that we talk about too much in executive session, but I think certainly some parts of it are appropriate to do so.
Can I ask one clarifying question with respect to Maryland and the other state that you have approval, Illinois?
That would be Ohio at this point.
Ohio, I'm sorry. Yeah, Ohio, with that very first deadline.
Exactly.
A gift to a regulator. So did you present publicly your technology, or was it too early?
We did not, neither jurisdiction required a public hearing with the presentation of technology at that point. We did submit full applications that were considered confidential, in all respects in those two states. So this would be the first time we would ever present our product, like you said, outside the Fanatics organization. Really, and just to address, Attorney Grossman's comment, we did share, certain parts of our technology platform, various features of it that we're comfortable sharing that we don't consider to be proprietary or that would put us at a competitive disadvantage. But again, the look, feel, operation, which is what we'd like to show you in executive session, we do consider to be proprietary trade secret. And would put us at a competitive disadvantage given that we're still a couple months out from launch of our product, unlike other applicants who have products that are very similar to their Massachusetts product that they're already offering in 1, 2, or in some cases dozens of states.
Counselor?
I mean, if they're telling us that this is proprietary, it seems to fall within that construct, and I think it would be appropriate to move into executive session, begin the review, and take a look. And certainly, if in the course of the review it seems as though some of this does not fall within that category, we can move out of executive session. So I think it would be appropriate to at least start in that forum and go from there.
So could I just ask one question though? The two that you have the licenses in didn't require this. You've got applications pending in 5 other jurisdictions?
Correct.
Is that answer hold true for anything that's in the public domain in those other jurisdictions?
It does. Yes, we've not had to share with any of those other 5 to this point.
Okay.
And if we did, and if we were, if there was a public hearing, we would seek similar confidentiality protections to the extent allowed under the laws of those jurisdictions.
Commissioners, I think I would like to have the demonstration. So I don't think, I don't know if we would want to entertain waiving the demonstration. I don't think that's actually advantageous for the applicant. And I certainly would want to see the components. I see Commissioner Maynard, you're agreeing with that? Like you also?
I'm agreeing with that, Madam Chair. I want to see it for sure.
You want, yeah.
Yep.
And I think what I'm hearing from Councilor Grossman is that, if it turns out that there's something that really is in the public domain, I think we can rely on Mr. Smith and his client to say, what, this can come back out and we'll of executive session and we'll bring it to the public's attention.
100%. Just to clarify, I'm Adam Berger. Alex Smith stepped aside for a moment. I'm just on his
I
script.
called you, but I'm thinking, I know you're Mr. Berger who's representing them, right? You're the outside counsel.
Exactly. Yeah,
My
we're
apologies.
technologically a little challenged over here.
That little name thing it's a trigger for me. So it's my apologies. I know you were not Mr. Smith. I don't know why I said that. So thank you. As counselor, you would say to your client, this is in fact in public domain and we'd shift back. Commissioners, are we comfortable? We'd have to, entertain it through the process and a formal vote. And if so, are we comfortable at this juncture? I'm seeing thumbs up and I assume to both, right? Commissioner Hill? This juncture in it, okay. All right. I'm not hearing any objections. Commissioner Skinner, your thoughts?
I'm comfortable moving forward in the fashion that has been requested.
Thank you. And Commissioner Maynard?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Brien?
It sounds appropriate to me.
Okay. So with that said, 2 points. I'll need some help. This would be restricted to just the section 6I, right? Tom?
So we're on, just for everyone following along, this is number 11 on the agenda, I believe, Madam Chair. And
yes,
I would suggest that it is clearly 6I. It might also include some items in section N, which involve cybersecurity. So I think we would want to move under that provision as well.
okay. And then once I read it in, we would need a motion. I am going to make also a scheduling request to Mr. King and your team. I'm not sure if you heard us earlier, but there were 2 of us who had a wonderful invitation by our former boss. And I guess Commissioner Maynard thinks I'm a faster sprinter than he is, so we were thinking we might try to lead to the State House for a 3:30 quarter-4 commitment. And then I know we had another commissioner with a deadline. So from my perspective, if we go into executive session, do you think that about the demonstration will be about a half an hour?
I think that's appropriate.
Okay. And then, so the reason why I'm asking that is because it's important under the law for me to inform the public that we would not be convening in public session at the conclusion of any anticipated executive session. Commissioners, are you fine with that?
I have a question. With
Yes.
that half an hour, I mean, will we have an opportunity to ask questions, or will we be expected to do that in a public setting, perhaps tomorrow?
Well, that is a really good question. Is the demonstration, we probably would have to ask any questions that would be, related to the need for an executive session would have to be answered in executive session. So if we ran over, can we convene an executive session tomorrow morning, Todd?
Yeah, we can. I was just looking at the agenda for tomorrow, January 5th, and this matter is fully marked up in the same manner it is for today. So yes, and just to put a finer point on that, we wouldn't be reconvening publicly today, but we would be reconvening publicly after the executive session.
And even if we didn't finish the executive session, we would start in the public and then resume the executive session.
Yes, that's perfectly okay.
Okay, does that help, Commissioner Skinner? That's a really
It does, but except if that's the case, I would suggest that we adjourn for this afternoon and pick up with the demonstration tomorrow while the information and presentation is fresh in our minds.
Commissioners, what do you think? Commissioner Maynard?
Fine with me. That would be.
I'm fine to keep going, but I also understand the others' commitments, so I'm fine to suspend and then just dive in tomorrow morning.
Well, I guess I didn't want to make it about our other commitment, but I'm hearing am I right that the presentation will go a full half an hour, or is it likely to go? Do you have an idea?
I think, Scott, probably the presentation would be maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And then
That's right.
we could leave 10
Yeah,
minutes.
I don't know that we want to rush it though, Madam Chair. I mean,
No,
I want you guys to be able to go, but to Commissioner Skinner's point, we don't know how many questions. So for the 20 minutes we might be talking about, does it just make sense to dive right in the morning?
Yeah, and I'm fine with continuing on this afternoon, but just with that caveat, I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to ask questions again, right on the heels of the presentation.
Okay, so you really want it to be right on the heels, and that might become problematic as opposed to rolling it over tomorrow. So with that, the applicant, again, I appreciate your flexibility as we work as a 5-person commission together. And I guess that what we'll do is we will adjourn our public meeting. In the morning, we will resume this public meeting, and then we'll go into the motions that are necessary to put us into executive session for the technology piece. That will follow our partners, IEB, GLI, and RSM, and then we'll go into our review of the application. section by section. But I think the technology really informs our review of the application. So again, there's an indulgence here for some commitments, and I personally appreciate it and was scolded by my spouse if I didn't dare to bring it up today. So here we are. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to attend this today. So does that work for you, Mr. King?
It certainly works. And we'll
Thank
make
you.
ourselves available at any need of the commission.
So tomorrow we have our agenda setting meeting at 9, and then we convene this. We reconvene this at 10. It's the start of a new public meeting, but really a reconvening of the matter at hand. Is that correct, Todd?
It's actually marked up for 10:30.
Oh.
As I'm just looking at the agenda now.
Mm. Okay.
Probably baking in a buffer for.
We
agenda.
have agenda setting in the morning.
Yeah, I know. I just mentioned that. I didn't realize that we as Commissioner O'Brien, we baked in that buffer. Okay. Then we would be starting at 10:30. Again, thank you to the applicant for your patience with our busy schedule.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. I think it'll work out nicely for you folks. Okay. All right. So with that, commissioners, do I have a motion to adjourn this public meeting? Or is there any
Move
other
to
business?
adjourn.
Okay. There's no other business.
Second.
All right. Commissioner O'Brien,
Aye.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I also appreciate the applicants. Wanted to say that before we.
Thank you. Yeah, and I should have allowed for that. We just thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.